Happy Thursday, friends. It is almost Friday, and that means it is Overwatch night here in NECC. My name is Jeff. I am here with the one and only Chef Billy, as we are here to guide you through week 6 here in Overwatch. Yeah.
We're going with that. We're going to start off with a couple of series out from the Navigators division here in Overwatch. We're going to be looking at our schedule for the day here. And you can see it there on the left-hand side. We're going to start out with AMCAT versus you actually did it the right way this time. I'm proud of you. Versus State University of New York, Potsdam, coming through. Very nice Vanna there. Montana versus Montana in our second series of the night. And then we're going to finish out with MSOE Red versus CMU Maroon. That'll be with Soab Danum and Juggle God for the last series of the night. But we're going to start out here in the Navigators Northeast Division. And we've got AMCAT coming in on 5-0, having only dropped 2 maps throughout their entirety of the 9-week season here. We're in week number 6 once again, going up against, SUNY Potsdam. They're coming in at 0-2, but they've got a whole bunch of no reports. So are they actually 0-2, or maybe they're 3-2? Who knows?
Who knows? Report your games, people. Report your games. Get your scores in. We need to know these things. I'll tell you why it's important, because like you said, we're in week 6 of 9. We after tonight, we are 2/3 of the way through regular season of play. Top 8 of 10 out of this division in particular will move on to the postseason. Right now, as it stands at 0-2, the Bears are not in that top 8.
Yep, this is good. I mean, once we get those scores reported, they'll end somewhere middle of the pack. Maybe they're 0-5. We just don't know. So we just need to have some reports from them. But we're going to take a look at our rosters here. We're going to start out here first with AMCAT, the overwhelming favorite right now, just based on paper, based upon how they've gone against every other team this season. Jeff, Ted's cousin, Ghost Atwood, formerly known as Kamui, ESA Mobile, and Nerfy are in here for the lineup for AMCAT. And then we'll take a look next at SUNY Potsdam coming up here next. And it'll be Luwuthi, Gunslinger, Royal Gamer Lily, and Battle Ooze, one of my favorite battle tags that I have seen for some time. Battle Ooze just sounds like something scary that happens after a fight.
It sounds like a Ninja Turtles reference to me, which I'm all about.
I like it. This is going to be fun.
Luwuthi has a very interesting major with the music major. I find that very fascinating, as I was a music major myself, so I have a lot of respect for that. Yeah, music education. I mean, especially in orchestra. That's something. There's a lot of interesting personalities here on this Bears team.
Yeah,
just judging by their interests in their majors alone. I mean,
we've got 2 teachers. I mean,
Gunslinger's an archaeology major.
Yep. Computer science and psychology. I mean, all these things are very different disciplines. I mean, music versus English, 2 completely different worlds there as well. And I mean, I was going to be a music major. I was actually going to be a music education major before I was a chef. I decided, I couldn't get into college because my parents just wouldn't help me out with a loan because I was underage. I couldn't sign my own promissory note to get into college. But
you know what? That's what makes esports so important.
Yep.
Because it can provide opportunities for students who otherwise wouldn't have a way to get into college, wouldn't have a chance to get an education.
Yep.
And that's why this rise of collegiate esports has been so exciting. And it's one of the fact we're 2/3 of the way through this season, and you can get lost in the sauce pretty easy, but it's easy, it's important, should I say, to remember that, to remember what binds us all here in the first place, Billy.
I mean, gamers unite, and now gamers can get an education. So first map has been selected out here. Remember, we are on a loser pick, winner ban and loser pick. And then the higher seed gets to pick out first. So Lijiang Tower is going to be the first out of the gate here. Oh my goodness. It's been so many years since I have seen Lijiang Tower. I can't remember the last time that I saw it.
Yeah, I mean, obvious tried and true. Lijiang King's Road is just kind of the expected first 2 maps of any competitive Overwatch series. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are, what rank you're playing in, how experienced. It's expected for Lijiang and King's Road to start things off.
Yep. We will take a look at, yep, well, we got some digging done here. The admin team from NECC doing some digging for us.
Thank you, Chloe.
SUNY is 0-4. So they are coming in with a pretty big blemish on their record. So
that's
need to get
important.
themselves turned around. That is very important.
Extremely important because they just need 1 or 2 wins to start really threatening into the green zone. Right now they're in the red, which means no postseason. And so, 1 or 2 wins to turn it around, and they can start creeping up into that 7th and 8th place slot. Now they're going up against the number 2 seed. The AMCATs have been, near flawless so far in our first 5 weeks of the season. So I don't know if this is going to be the one where the Bears pull it out.
I agree, and those 2 map losses that they took both went the distance. Actually, the first one that they went 4-5 in an escort map, and the second one they lost 2-3. So they have really faced their challenges here as far as those just the escort maps. That's all it is. But we'll see how they come out here. Coming out brawl versus a little bit of poke and some spam damage coming in. So Potsdam really are going to have to be able to close the distance here on AMCAT, my friend. This is going to be a tough task.
AMCAT got a good jump right out of the gate. They've got some good positioning for it, but Spam is able to catch Ghost out. The Junkrat pick proving valuable right out of the gate. First blood going over to the Bears as they try to make their way into White Room. Nerfy comes up with the shotguns, though, trained onto Battleoos. Battleoos is able to take out Atwood, and then just Javelin spins their way right onto this point. +2 to the Bears right now. Health bar's looking low for the AMCATs. Bears are going to grab first control.
That is just a couple of good picks, and based on this composition. They just don't have anything but a big shatter.
Yeah, that found 3, and Lilia Gunslingers immediately fall. Ted's cousin wasting no time bringing this thing right back. The Bears are only going to have about 12% before this flips.
That's the power of being able to sustain for so long on the point and being able to withhold a lot of damage coming in. Now, the good thing for Potsdam is that they've got a tire coming up into this next fight. So, looking for Ghost to maybe get this photon barrier up, Jeff. I think that'll be something that will be really able to kind of steer where the tire goes.
Tire could also be a good counter to this Kitsune rush ESA Mobile has online. But with it with first blood, Ella goes down, and AMCAT's struggling once again early in the fights. Missing a lot of healing. Now missing Ghost. That photon barrier's not coming anywhere. The Kitsune rushes up, and there's only 3 people to take advantage of it. And there's just so much spam through an Amp Matrix. Bears are in complete control.
This was a clean fight win here for Potsdam. They do invest 2 ultimates into the fight, but the good news is that you still got this tire online. That's going to create so much space, Jeff. Looking right now, you've got the photon barrier coming up for AMCAT. Nerfy hasn't gotten a lot done on this Reaper. Hasn't been able to close the distance, and the pocket healing from Lily has been just too darn good.
AMCAT going straight in, trying to close that distance, and Ted Cousins will do so. Royal Gamer somehow gets caught out, doesn't make the rotation. Teleport up top to try to get onto Lewuthu, who just got the Deadeye online. Gunslinger's there with him, though, so Ted's Cousin cannot push into that tiny room. There's just too much spam. Ted's Cousin has to drop, finds Battleoos here in White Room, and just starts swinging. Gotta be careful, you're getting out of line inside your healer, so ESA Mobile has to swift step in, and Battleoos is getting driven back now as AMCAPs are able to coalesce on their position.
Well, that's a great amount of pursuit there coming from AMCAT, and they now have Shatter online in combination with a Blossom. So, Gunslinger hasn't pressed Q yet. They've been holding on this tire since the second fight.
Ooh, Shatter's gonna get Lily and Lewuthu in the back. The Mercy is gone. No res on the table. Here comes the Death Blossom. That lamp won't last long as Nerfy is gonna spin to pick up 2. And AMCAPs will win this fight out. One last chance for the Bears.
They've got tools in their pocket, though. They really do have the wherewithal to get themselves on the point and at least flip. It just depends on how good their economy is. How much are they going to have to invest? And I think that really depends on how AMCAT takes this next fight. They're kind of holding on the point. Now they're going to move up a little bit and meet SUNY.
Be cool to see like a Terra Surge into the tire or into the Deadeye. I love seeing those kind of combos. There's the Terra Surge. There's the Deadeye. They're going to pull it off, and they get 2 with it. The combo works to perfection here for the Bears. Oh, and they needed it, too.
This is exactly what they need, and they also get to hold on. Still, this tire, this is the longest held tire that I've ever seen. Junkrat mains are usually wants to let loose with it and just see if they can get, you know, the hero play coming out from him. But still, it's another, you know, bonus in their back pocket. Really nothing for AMCAT here to get online with the Consuming Rush 10% away. That should be their entrance onto the point.
And Cats get that 10% real quick. They're just going to go right up main. Nothing fancy here. Rotating around center pillar. The Bears are trying to rotate with them. Trade on DPS. Riz comes through. Gunslinger's back in this fight with that tire. Consuming Rush is out for AMCATs, but it was just a run into their own grave. The Bears will win this one out. We're going to final fight.
I mean, this is exactly what they needed. I mean, an 0-4 team going up against a 5-0 team, and we're seeing trigger discipline. We're seeing ultimate economy from them. I mean, Gunslinger still hasn't let loose with it. I'm going to keep going until he actually presses Q. And we're looking now at Ghost with a pulse bomb very close online.
Gunslinger, was this rip tire worth the wait? I thought he was going to pull it out there. Come on, work with me. Work with me. Royal Gamer's down. Bears only have Lucio heals. The res is there for AMCATs, and the tire gets nothing. Ted's cousin cuts it down out of the sky. AMCATs, they are able to pull it through in the final fight and send the Bears back into hibernation. We're headed to our second sub-mat. AMCATs will lead 1-0 here on Lejean.
Okay, now that we know the actual record, though, Jeff, that's a much better fight than I would have expected coming out of these Bears from SUNY. So, you know, by the time you let loose with the Gunslinger tire, you could have probably generated 2 more. So, I mean, I think, you know, ultimate economy, good. Shatters even better, and letting loose with your ultimates in a timely fashion really is going to have to be something that Potsdam are looking at here. But AMCAT, they were kind of pushed to it, and at points they looked a little bit disjointed. So we'll see how they deal with the next map coming up.
Battlers did a really good job of just controlling space and not allowing Ted's cousin to control the positioning as much as AMCAT want. So great job from the front line, and the Bears kept it close. Unfortunately, just one fight away. Battlers sticking with the Orisa here as we head into Gardens, or this is Gardens.
Yeah, this is Gardens.
I'm second guessing myself, Billy. I was second guessing myself.
Don't do that. You're so much better than that. But
you know, no second guessing there. Look at that.
No, Luuthi is getting the work done here with the Peacekeeper. Saw it quite a few times. That magnetic grenade is just a scary bit of tech here for them. And you know what? The fight's going to be very prolonged here on the point.
Luuthi's going to rotate back. Able to get topped off and then just take up that outside position once again. Keeping pressure across this open courtyard. Forcing out an early Suzu here from AMCATs. But Nerfy's able to get in on the back of Ted's cousin, who's already got mines online, and nobody has control of this point yet. Mines find Gunslinger, and AMCATs start to swarm in. It took them a moment to find the opening, but once they did, they pried it open with a crowbar.
I mean, it's mobility over burst damage right now, and the mobility is absolutely winning, and that is a very fast minefield, by the way, garnered there by Ted's cousin. So as we look to see how Potsdam are going to be able to readdress this point, you're going to have to do it on the back of, you know, some hero plays. You're going to have to see a neutral fight win here coming from either Luuthi or Battleluz. Those have been the 2 standouts here for Potsdam.
That's still play from the Bears. They kind of faint going through the window and had everybody from AMCATs look at the window, and they rush over bridge. But Ted's cousin's able to knock 2 off of that bridge, make it 3! Ted's cousin sent more than half the team down to the streets below.
That's just beautiful, and it's going to create that kite back time. I mean,
I want that one on replay. Right, I want that replay, darn it.
Hippie, give it to us when we see it on replay later on.
It should be play the game. That's got to be play the game.
It's got to be, unless we see like a massive like Death Blossom or something like that.
Well, anybody who plays Overwatch knows how they favor the environmental kills in those play the games. Terror Surge online, ready to go here for Battleluz as the Bears try to grab control of this point for the first time, and they lose Gunslinger on the approach. It was a very big rotation. You can see how stretched out they are across this courtyard area, and AMCATs are just able to pick them apart, whatever target they please.
Yep, it's all about the mobility. And I mean, they're just completely devalued the Terror Surge. That was a pray and wish kind of moment there, and now Mines here for AMCAT. We'll be able to cordon off the point. I mean, the whole host of ultimates here for AMCAT, OW. So Potsdam are going to have their work cut out for them getting onto this point. Amp Matrix could help them get there, though.
We got one last chance. Pondering White Room. They're walking into 5 ultimates, and a Kitsune rush down that long hallway is going to be a nightmare. They're going to be running into mines and a Death Blossom. This is an impossible task here for the Bears, but they go to make their run into it anyways. The inevitable comes through, and their fate is sealed on map 1. AMCAT out on top, 1-0 on Lijiang.
Yep, I mean, the first map was really, really strong. And from both teams, we saw great picks.
It's not the booth.
It's not, it's the coalescence here at the end.
At the very end, yes. It gets stolen away in the very final fight. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I still wanted to see that booth.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I forgive you this time. But still, I mean, it was about mobility here on the second map, though. Honestly, mobility trumps the slow composition that came in from SUNY. I mean, running with a Lucio would have been so much better, being able to get your Orisa around the point. But as it stands, I mean, the mobility just killed poor SUNY here on Gardens. This was great, a first map. Really should give some positive reinforcement here to SUNY, because they were able to fight, the number 2 team here in the division, and took them to final fight at 99-100. So nothing to be scared about there, nothing to shake your stick at. That tire, though, is the longest held tire I've ever seen come out of a Junkrat main for serious.
Yeah, and with the buff on the Ryan's Fire Strike not too long ago, Reinhardt can once again just take a tire out with a single Fire Strike. So that was Ted's cousin able to take out the tire that we waited so long to see. But it was really kind of that all-in on the Junkrat that we saw on Guards that made it so difficult. Battleloo sticking with the Orisa, which just means that they were all chips in on taking control of the point and being able to lock it down. But they never got past that first set. They were never able to grab control. Wrecking Ball out of Ted's cousin and the rest of AMCATs was just too strong.
Yeah, mobility will do that to you, especially on a map like Gardens, especially if you have the ability to kind of knock people off, environmental kills. While they have been kind of reduced a little bit here in Overwatch 2, still you can see it every once in a while, and Ted's cousin got the full value out of that. So we'll see how we're going to move forward here, but a 1 map deficit here isn't the end of the day for SUNY. I just want to see if they've got some adaptability in their back pocket, because they really stuck with the Orisa. They stuck with Luwuthi on the Cassidy. I never saw a swap from them. And then Gunslinger was the only change that we saw. We saw them go from a Symmetra to a Junkrat, both on Control Center and Garden. So need to see a little bit more variation, a little bit more adaptability, because viability here coming into our next map type is going to be, where we go and how are they going to be able to path themselves, take care of points as we move into Escort or Hybrid coming up next.
And if we stick with this, I worry that AMCAT's already got the Bears number.
Yep.
If we continue down this direction, because the Orisa composition just wants to point all those guns in the same direction. They want it to be able to just maintain some distance, and if they're closing a gap, you're getting the Cassidy damage down, you're getting the spam damage down, particularly for using the Junkrat. And when all those guns point in that direction, you can't do that if there's a Wrecking Ball in your face. Wrecking Ball just come in and smash you up, and it just disrupts those rotations. It disrupts that flow. And we saw the result was when you see how stretched thin the Bears were on Gardens. That's something they need to really be careful as we move forward.
Well, we'll see how things progress moving forward. The map choice is in. It's going to be King's Row. We saw how good Ted's cousin was on the Reinhardt. Reinhardt via Orisa here. I mean, I'm going to give it hands down to Reinhardt. If it's going to stay in the same vein, we are going to have some serious issues composition-wise, and you're going to have to see, the DPS swap to different heroes here. Shield Break is going to have to be one of their first orders of business. Getting that big rectangle down for SUNY to allow them to get on top of the Reinhardt and point all those guns, as you mentioned before. You got to get the shield down first. Otherwise, you're in a whole world of hurt, and the DPS will just be able to have hot shots from there. So I want to see the adaptability come out.
I do like this pick because Control Center went way better for the Bears.
Yeah.
At least in the Orisa Ryan matchup, they were holding their own a little bit better. Battleloo was able to get in there and play their game a bit and really control a lot of the space. Really be able to have all the angles for the Bears to work with and didn't give them up easily. They forced resources, they forced investment to give up those angles when they were in that Orisa versus Ryan composition. So That, yeah, I mean, I don't, I like the look, and I like the choice here in Kings Row because of it. If it's going to go that way, my worry is AMCAPs are just going to go ball.
Yeah, I mean, if they go ball, then it's pretty much Dunsky. Well, okay, we'll see if that actually sticks coming out here. But I mean, it's the same composition except for Royal Gamer going over to the Ana, and I do not hate that pick whatsoever. I think that, you know, if you do land one of those grenades into AMCAT, it's going to force out Suzu. We're not seeing the Kiriko right now. But for the rest of the team, though, it's the same thing. We do have a substitution coming in, Goth Queenie coming in for Lily here, and we're going to see the Mercy again. I think that speed, once again, the mobility of this Potsdam team is going to be something that AMCAT has really taken advantage of, and I don't see it really changing here. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, AMCATs are running out on this unusual composition. Oh wow, early pick from Ghost. Means AMCATs work home. Ghost! Oh my goodness, you've gotta quit. Give him a chance.
Wow. I mean, there's nothing really much to analyze there, Jeff. That's just 3 dinks. And the point's going to be taken here in a little over 30 seconds, and Ghost is getting set up once again, looking for heads right out of spawn.
Yeah, already on these long sight lines. Oh, and a bit of a missed jump from Battleloo's means they've got to use a bubble early. And they're able to block off Ghost, but they're not able to really challenge.
Well, I mean, that's a good first change here, being able to get up into their face. Now, the resources that are going to be burned here, that's going to be a big problem. And a high charge Zarya is going to be another problem, Jeff.
Yeah, Gunslinger just found that out the hallway. Oh no, Royal Gamer missed the sleep. Yep, that's that was a panic sleep. You gotta hit those. Ted's cousin just running over everybody. Might as well throw in the grab. Why not? If you're gonna build him up that quickly, I'm not gonna fault you for it.
Nope. Now this is all about space taking for AMCAT. I mean, you don't have to ride 3 on the card here, but I mean, it'll make it to go just a little bit faster. But I think right now it's just space taking for AMCAT is all that they need to really be worried about.
Alright, it changes. Guts are going over to a soldier here. Try to help deal with Nerfy and Ted's cousin. Just consistent pressure. But Ghost continues to pop off. Royal Gamer struggling to find any angles.
I mean, Ghost is just owning it. There's another one. Goth Queenie over to Lucio, so they were going to run with some speed. No, not going to happen there.
Yeah, no more supports. That's just it. Ghost kills both supports. Fight's over. Cat point B.
I mean, there has not been a stop to this cart yet. We have not seen a contest whatsoever. 5:56 was the time as it swapped over, and here comes Sights coming out.
Both DPS in the scope right now. Good pressure from Gunslinger. Made Ghost has to back up. Ooh, stuck around to take another shot. That was a bold choice. Battleloo's does not pursue. Now Nerfy wants to get that high ground back. This high ground is so important for both sides. Whoever controls this has such an advantage.
I mean, you're looking at the Kitsune Rush plus the plus that Death Blossom coming. Yeah, they're going to look to pop that right now.
Death Blossom from Nerfy right into the back line. Finds Royal Gamer and Luwuthi. That's the large sorts of heals and damage off the battlefield. And this cart still has not slowed.
Well, I mean, we're looking at another grab. We've got the Transcendence ready to go. Nano is available to Potsdam here. And they swapped Gunslinger out to a Pharah.
Oh, I like this Nano. Yeah, ESA Mobile's got to use the Transcendence. Woo! Ghosts! Oh, that was filthy. That was just filthy. All the way in the back line. Look at this angle! What an aggressive angle! Ghost! Watching some old Pine vids from the looks of things right now.
I mean, we'll see if Luwuthi can actually gets the revenge. So you love to see a little bit back. And finally, the cart has stopped here. Grav still online, but now Goth Queenie has the sound barrier to counteract it. So there's a little bit of stabilization here coming from Potsdam. I think they got a little bit ticked off there, Jeff.
Good. They should be. He has to give up that central platform. It allows it to open up for Nerfy. Conk Blast and Nerfy down. They fall in the hole. They did fall in the hole. Gunslinger with the early advantage. A beautiful sleep dart. Should be a one-shot. Oh, ESA Mobile, you are so lucky you got out of that alive.
Wow, I mean, the BM right now coming in from AMCAT is a little bit mean, not gonna lie, but they're gonna go ahead and push forward. They actually held on to that sound barrier, but I don't know how much longer this is gonna last.
Well, not long. Ted's Cousins is just gonna run up to your team and one by one systematically dismantle your defense. Just picked apart, just took a screwdriver to it and took off the wheels. Ted's Cousin is slaying everything.
This is scary. This is scary. It's going to be 3:29 on the time bank here. Only 31 seconds in between their start time and when they close out Kings Row. So, I mean, composition. I mean, we saw some adaptation come in here from them. I mean, here's Ghost coming right out the gate with a 3K. All three beautiful shots. I mean, 2 headshots and a body shot to finish it off. And really, the AMCAT train never stopped after that.
Well, that was the sleep that didn't hit. I think Bubble came up, not sure. Either way, sleep didn't hit. Ted's Cousin showed us some prowess. I mean, Zarya not really in the meta right now. And Ted's Cousin, this here went on like a 6-kill streak here at the very end. Good stuff.
Good stuff all around, and we'll see how they're going to hold this upcoming defense here, because looking at what we saw there, you know, we did see a little bit more viability come out from Potsdam. We saw the adaptability come out here. Whether or not it'll actually be able to hold here is unknown, but they have sustained. They've got mobility, and they've got a way to get, you know, the rest of the team around with Goth Queenie here on this Lucio. The problem right now for AMCAT or for Potsdam is that they've got, you know, burst damage, they've got disruption in the back, they've got the Discord orb to worry about. So much to worry about right now.
That's Cousin just not going to allow Luithi to take any shots. Oh, goes in the sneaky hiding spot. What an aggressive position here from AMCATs. There is, oh no, just relentless assault coming from all angles onto the Bears.
Yep, this is a team that's definitely feeling their Wheaties right now, and are taking full advantage of it. I have a feeling this might be a full hold here. It's going to be a struggle for the members of Potsdam to even get out.
Battler's going over to Eraser here to try to work out a lot of sustain on Eraser, probably the hardest to kill tank in the roster.
Well,
and it worked out with all the focus on the Eraser, who doesn't die. Gunslinger and Goth Queenie able to get some picks on the back of that. Goes to 60 health now, trying to look into escape. Gunslinger able to take him out of the sky.
Yep, I mean, the BM gets punished here in the close hold. Rather than making sure that they take care of the point, they're going to drop point A here. And Streets phase is going to be a bit of a struggle here going for AMCAT.
I mean, we're not biased here on the desk, always. It doesn't matter what we're casting, but when you see a little bit of disrespect like that, it's good to see the Bears able to come through and punish that disrespect.
Yep, and I mean, it only took them 1 minute and 22 seconds, so, you know, they've got quite a bit of time bank here to get through the Streets phase. And deal with AMCAT in proper fashion. Now Ghost swapping over here to Genji. So you're going to be looking for deflections. You're going to be looking to maybe put that Javelin Spear back into Battle Ooze's face. But, I mean, you know, if Gunslinger gets any kind of a decent Blossom out here and the deflect is gone, this is going to be a pretty good wipe.
The Cousin's already low. It's a good start here for the Bears. Going into the back, though. Ghost just takes all the aggro while ESA Mobile lands all the kunai.
I mean, that's a great coordination there between the Genji and the Kiriko. The healing, he never dropped below 120 there. So, I mean, beautiful work there by the members of AMCAT to keep their members up. Now, you know, we're going to see how do they push out here. They've got Ghost in their back line.
There you go. You can go over that side. Nice. Ghost just hunting down the Orisa right now, and the Shimada family working some wonders. The ESA Mobile finally gets picked off. So AMCAT won't be able to hold as aggressively. Well, I say that. They shouldn't. It doesn't mean they're not going to.
Well, I mean, they've got a full 5-pack of ultimates here. AMCAT due to repel the attack coming in. We still have not got beyond Archway here. So this is a dire situation here for Potsdam. They're going to have to invest ultimates just to get through there. Well, I say that as Luthi just beans Ghost there.
That was a good job from AMCATs, considering their composition on how to play that. I mean, you don't have a Reinhardt comp. You can't just stack up at the arch. So, like the aggression, like the disruption. Now they've set up a kill box back here around this corner. Nerfy teleporting in to the other high ground over by stairs. It's going to be Doomfist who actually pulls the trigger on an ultimate first, going into the back. Death Blossom gets energy javelin right through it. Nerfy presses Q, and it's just a Q to go back to spawn button. Blade is out. We got Transcendence escorted in. The Deadeye. That'll work through your Transcendence. You can't block that. I don't care how much healing you've got.
Lovely. Lovely coming out from Potsdam here. Like I said, they were not taking no for an answer here. And, there's a little bit of an opportunity here for Potsdam to actually push forward.
Oh, yeah. They've been in control of this fight. They shut down all opportunities from AMCATs. And Ghost is now swapped off, and NG going to their third hero. That can go in the pit. Oh, didn't quite.
Well, Terra Surge should probably buy them the point here. You can put in your own Death Blossom in the middle of that. We've seen that combo before.
Early. Ooh, ESA Mobile does not get out. Takes the damage just on the tail end of that. But it was a nice little counter punch here from AMCATs, from Ted's cousin, and Nerfy stopping this cart.
Yep, Ted's cousin with the Doomfist, the Seismic Slam coming in. I mean, just got the full value out of it. Now we're going to see Amp Matrix Plus blossom into the next fight. Counteract there from an ESA Mobile Kitsune Rush. Yeah, I like the aggression. I'm not going to lie. MCAT's here deciding that they're just going to go ahead and push and pepper them in all the way back to the point.
I mean, it's how you have to play this very atypical composition. Like, this is just a very weird comp. You don't really have a whole lot of synergy, but AMCATs are making it work. And it's all about timing here. As Etwood is able to find Gunslinger, not going to get a chance to use that ultimate. Nerfy backing out in consolidation, not really sure. Trades back and forth here at the back of the point. This is going to favor the defense. AMCATs just have a much shorter run back. ESA Mobile comes through with a pair.
Well, we're at 1:15, 75 seconds left here for Potsdam to get themselves into the Foundry. They're still holding on to this Death Blossom. We see Royal Gamer go over to a Moira, so a lot more burst going to be able to come out here for the Bears. But, I mean, you've got Tac Visor and this Kitsune Rush still online.
They really wanted that kill. Kitsune Rush now out here from the defense in a great spot. Yeah, right down Battleus, who just refused to back up. Battleus tried desperately to hold that ground and gave their life for it. The cart goes in, though. Yep, there's the back cap. Everybody from AMCATs has pushed forward. Sacrificial play there from Battleus results in a cap.
Well, Gunslinger here by themselves could let loose with the Death Blossom, but decides to get the heck out of Dodge. And we'll see how this works now.
Yeah, I mean, the cart hasn't even really gotten a chance to move yet, so there's no point in investing ultimates, I don't think, just yet. That's another great kill we've seen from Atwood here on the Zenyatta. Now the Tac Visor is out. Bubble there to protect it, and the Bears stuck in their spawn right now, Billy.
I mean, Atwood came back to the point using the Transcendence, so that's why I kind of point out that they could have used the Death Blossom there, but you know what? I mean, this is a fair play to AMCAT, so we'll see. The Primal and the Death Blossom online here for AMCAT, kind of just a weird composition. As you mentioned before, just I think they're just having fun.
Yeah, no, AMCAT are defying all expectations as far as composition, positions, investment. I mean, the Primal Rage right in front of the door here. Not something I would normally advise, but AMCATs are getting the kills for it. They're making it work, and they've got the Bears just questioning how to even get out of their spawn right now.
This is the second time we've seen it, actually a third time. Oh,
good focus fire there from the Bears. Luthi's been fantastic. They've looked so good on this Cassidy. Now I have a Deadeye coming in, and this cart's finally getting rolling, but not much time on the clock.
5 ultimates versus the Transcendence coming in, so I think that you need to draw that out and see what you got. Ted's cousin over to the Wrecking Ball. We saw how good that was on Gardens.
Immediately going in, looking for slabs, coalesces to back it up. Deadeye, that's at least one skull. Didn't quite work it through the Transcendence this time. Ted's cousin goes into the back. Etwood trying to follow. That could be a bad move from Etwood. Yeah, Etwood's going to get punished for that. Death Blossom's going to find both supports, as a matter of fact. Ted's cousin just has to get out of there. Can Ghost Ghost is sitting on 6 health. Can't make it. There was no Mega to be picked up anyway. Nerfy at 75 health. Teleports out. That didn't get far enough. Now, best Bears can hope for is a draw, and that's if they can capture Billy.
I mean, they're looking at Tac Visor plus the roll through coming from Ted's cousin. There's the commanding shot to get you forward. You've got the Rampage that'll deny all the healing coming in if you can take care of it.
Yeah, I think the shot was too early. Ghost is going to drop into the back with Attack Visor. The battle is looking very low. Royal Gamer drops to it. It's a 3K Attack Visor to cap the map. AMCATs will hold on to win Kings Row. Now up 2-0 in the series. Match point here for the undefeated AMCAT squad.
I mean, we are seeing, what this AMCAT squad can really do. We saw them play in week number 2 versus the Eastern Eagles, if you remember that one, Jeff. And it was pretty much one-way traffic in that one as well. The class here being shown by AMCAT, and Ted's cousin getting themselves online there with that play of the game that they got denied there in Lijiang Tower. So I tell you what, this AMCAT team looking very strong right now.
Looking very strong indeed. The Bears, well, they're going to have a couple minutes to figure out how they're going to respond, what map they want to go to. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it's map 3. We'll see you back here in a minute.
Like
Well, AMCAT is up 2-0 here at the half and on track to move into, a 6-0 record after this week, Billy.
Yep, and only dropping 2 maps so far throughout the entirety here of the season. And it looks to be, steady as she goes here for AMCAT. For Potsdam, even going up against a wonky composition like they did, they really handled themselves well. Almost got themselves to the end of King's Rope, but in the end, just a little bit of overwhelming ultimate advantage gives them the 0-2 deficit coming into Circuit Royale on next map. And, well, we'll see how this is going to go. I have not seen, I don't recall if we actually saw Ted Cousin play the Sigma in our previous series. However, you could run a host of tanks here. Sigma is preferred. We now know that Ghost is very much a sniper. And
yes.
we'll see. We'll see how this is going to go for SUNY here, Potsdam, because we saw the lethality of Ghost on that Widowmaker.
And I was going to say, we're kind of in uncharted territory aside from that. Like, we know Ghost can click heads. So what do you got, Bears? You're going to have to find a way to answer, because this is all long range here on this map.
Yep,
and it's their pick.
It's their pick. No side changes here as well. So AMCAT, they'll be coming out here on the attack first. And, well, we'll see what kind of an answer here that SUNY have, because this is a different map. It has its own challenges. We'll see what we're going to get out of Battle Lose as far as the tank. We do see Lily coming back in on support, and well, we'll take a look. Nerfy there back for AMCAT, playing the tried and true that we've seen them play pretty much a lot of today. Ghost, though, possibly showing us the Sombra. We'll see if that actually sticks. But, I mean, for Potsdam, we do see the Sigma come out here. We're going to see a lot of sustain. We've got long range, we got mid range here for them as well. So there's going to be opportunities here, I think, for Potsdam actually to be able to hold and take a look and see, how are they going to be able to hold here. It's going to be about how Battle Ooze can stay in this fight and really rotates those cooldowns.
I think the Cassidy is a cool pick here, particularly on this map. I think Cassidy got a big buff with that range increase, because that 25 meters pretty much covers all of these long roads before you hit a corner. So Cass is getting max damage all the way down.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at just pure unadulterated filth coming out from AMCAT, and Potsdam are really going to have to be very aware of how they go. That's a great first pick.
Yeah, Ted's Cousin got a little greedy on that one. Really wanted the kill and didn't back up to take a breather. Ends up getting punished for it. But the trade is there. The Bears have a much longer time getting back into this fight. And now they have 0 DPS left in it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all going to be about closing down here. The sustain, though, has been really good from Lily, actually holding up through a lot of this. But there goes Ted's Cousin with another 3K on the ball. That is absolutely nasty.
What's up?
Yeah, some good cleanup there at the end. I mean, once you lose your DPS, they just didn't have the punching power to repel this highly mobile comp from AMCAT.
I mean, the only slow character here, Jeff, is Atwood on this Brigitte. And now they've gone to the sky, Gunslinger has. So, I mean, this is an opportunity. Just got to watch out for the hacks coming in from Ghost to take him out of the sky.
And I think something that's easy to forget about with the break is that the distance got buffed coming into Overwatch 2, so she can actually cover some range with that shield bash. Gunslinger in a lot of trouble here. Ghost is able to sneak in behind and clip the wings on the Pharah. Meanwhile, the front line of the Bears has moved down to the cart, which has not gotten the first point yet. But Battloo's looking a little outnumbered here on the back of point A. Nevertheless, going to use a Gravitic Flux to try to get them back in favor. Unfortunately, there's just not enough left for follow-up.
I mean, the EMP takes him out of the Gravitic Flux here, and then Gunslinger's going to go bye-bye here very shortly. Well, I say that. Nice little granite grenade in combination from the Pharah there. Actually takes your tank down. So there's an opportunity for Potsdam to actually come back and reconnect.
But losing Luithi at the end is tough. It just means the Bears have to hold inside the hotel. AMCAT has all time in the world to set up here and build up towards the rest of this Kitsune rush. Oh, it's a good pick.
Yep, don't count them out yet. Don't count them out yet. I mean, we're going to have Barrage online here. You know, we're going to be looking to see what AMCAT has to answer for that. Ghost will be able to take him out of the sky with another manual hack. But this Barrage could actually be huge cleanup time.
Yeah, and getting rid of the rally was a massive boon here for the Bears. That rush is now online and is going to come out, I'd imagine, directly. It's going to be Death Blossom actually out from Nerfy first, which would have been bolstered pretty considerably by that Continue Rush, but hey, still able to get enough damage and get the job done, and AMCAT's going to hold on to that support ultimate for entering Point C.
Well, I mean, you hold on to the Barrage. I think that once you heard the Blossom go off, that would have been my opportunity to go in and press Q and see what I got out of it. But as it stands, I mean, we're looking now, Potsdam, they're looking at a 450 time bank. They've got 4 ultimates online. They really need to get themselves a fight win here and solidify and set up their defense and not allow AMCAT just to run roughshod over them.
Interesting swap onto the Junker Queen. Not particularly strong against a Kiriko nor an Orisa, but yeah, we've seen AMCAT make stuff work tonight that you wouldn't expect.
Oh.
Yeah, Ted's Cousin is going to shut down the Deadeye. 3v3 left here on this objective. Battle lose once the Kiriko, but here comes the Rampage, just going through everybody. Follow-up kill on the Royal Gamer. Lily out of the fight, and Battle lose just running. Just running. Get away, Battle lose, get away.
I mean, they've got Terra Surge online now. A Terra Surge into the Barrage could be a fight win, give them that stabilization that I'm looking for. But now, Ghost and Ted's Cousin are just doing so much work.
And Ghost backs out. Battleluz looks up, and there's 3 more members of AMCAT. So it's going to be a Terra Surge here. Suzu prevents any damage from the Orisa ultimate. And AMCAT's now looking to punish Battleluz's position. Ghost got hacked. Now, ooh. I'm not sure if the EMP came out. I didn't see it. The Barrage, though, is going to get shut down. And even despite without the EMP, AMCAT's, or at least without the EMP getting value, AMCAT's are still holding strong here, Bully.
I mean, it was just been a weird fight. I mean, let's talk about it. They just have not been able to stop the push. The stain has been too good. The cooldown management has been too darn good.
Ooh, Battleluz. The nice energy javelin picks up 1. The bash means, oh no, Nerfy gets bashed right into Gunslinger. The defense stabilizes though.
I mean, bringing out the Bastion pulls out some resources, has to force a little bit of repositioning. And now we see Royal Gamer out here on their own brig. So up close and brawly, 3.18 meters is where they stand. 2:44 on the clock. Ted's Cousin going back to the ball, so this is going to be major damage time here going in for AMCAT. I like the composition, though. We've got a little bit of brawl. We got some good burst healing coming through, and the hacks, though, are going to have to be counteracted here by Ghost.
Well, Ghost is able to counteract the Bastion right out of the gate. Back on to Battleluz. Suzu cleans it up. Really with a Deadeye, trying to hit AMCAT so they move on to this objective. Put some good damage down on Nerfy. Both Nerfy and Ghost low. Both are actually dead now. Considering they rush out to clean up the last remaining 3 members of this attacking team.
Well, that'll be Ted's Cousin getting themselves out of dodge. Now we're kind of waiting for the inevitable, the mines to come up. Now, you do have the Bastion, and the Battle Ooze with the Javelin Spin can get through those mines. So, you know, it's not necessarily done and dusted here. Ghost over to a Torp. Pure? Naughty?
Okay. I saw it come out a little bit earlier today.
Okay.
That's a change. Yep, that is a change. That is a pick. Battleluz wants to drop his Terra Surge in this small little hallway. Gets it done. But the Suzu once again from ESA Mobile prevents any damage. Perfect Suzus from Mobile. Trades back and forth. Battleluz is down. Bears are at a disadvantage in this 4v4. As Ted's Cousin is going to slam in and just smash anybody in the way of this hamster ball.
I mean, Hulk Smash going through. Luthi still getting the work though with the Peacekeeper. I don't care. Has not given up. This gamer has really laid it all on the line.
Oh, Luithi's looked fantastic all day long. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be enough to stop here. Haven't bought a lot of time. I mean, this was, what, a 3.5 minute time bank when AMCAT were threatening this?
Yep.
Bears get it down to under a minute.
I mean, that's great fortitude there from Potsdam. They made some swaps there, really denied the damage. Now, the damage coming in, and were able to get some kills on their own. I mean, from a 3.18 meter, and they held it for 3 minutes. That shows, you know, some pretty darn good class out of this Potsdam Bears team. But AMCAT, once again, just had the answers in the end.
If they had made the hold, I would call them the Potsdam Bears.
Ah! I like what you did there. I like what you did there.
Thank you.
They're having fun, though. They're having fun. Potsdam are fighting with all their heart, and AMCAT, I mean, they're just on a different class right now. And that's really the big story here, is that AMCAT are just a little bit above what the rest of the division are bringing forth here. So for AMCAT defensively.
I mean, especially with Ted's cousin pulls out that wrecking ball, right? When
Yeah.
Ted cousin pulls out the ball, you feel like they went into serious mode.
Yeah. I completely agree. You know, seeing the Torbjorn come out, I mean, Ghost has shown, I think this is their 7th hero now, across the 3 maps. So, I mean,
lost track. It's more than I could count on one hand, so it was too much for me.
Right. Castermath goes Burr, Burr meaning ice cold, because we're really bad at it. But, you know, Ghost is going to show us the Symmetra. If they hold above the spawn, I'm going to scream.
Are they sitting on top of a hotel? They sure are.
They are.
Sneaky.
No idea they're there.
Sneaking. Oh, Ted's cousin comes swinging into the pack. Uh-oh, Royal Gamer found, well, their brains just splattered all over the sidewalk here in front of the hotel. This is filthy. Filthy. Blitzkrieg assault from AMCAT.
That's so mean. And I mean, you're looking for somebody to deal with the Pharah. They will eventually take them down. Cheerios is actually going to be what takes down the Pharah, which you just wouldn't expect to see. And, well, here comes the swaps already from the Potsdam Bears.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to make changes, just specifically adapt to this. And Gunslinger going over the Pharah is a good one. Just able to get on top, try to pepper down this location. Good rotation from Battleloops, who's got a couple of members of the Bears on point. Lily's able to swift step out there. So the Bears are starting to regroup here and flip the script on this map. Trades out. Despite 2 going in AMCAT's favor, Bears should be able to get reinforcements back into this and start to push AMCAT back.
Well, it's all going to be about Murphy bursting down, and we'll see. We'll see how they deal with this. Ghost going over to the Torbjorn, so that's going to deal with the Fair of the Sky as long as the turret is around. You know, the changes are being made. They're trying to adapt here and figure out how to get themselves out of this sticky situation that they found themselves in.
Royal Gamer is just struggling so hard. I feel so bad for them. But no matter where they go, there's just a whole AMCAT team in their face. Sports is traded, Shatter comes down, Battleloops falls, Mirage is out, and, well, it's not going to be enough. His Ghost, in fact, does take him out of the air. The turret getting the final blow onto the Mirage, and a Coalescence here puts Bears right back in their hidey hole.
Well, and we're at halfway through here, and well, PSA is feeling their oaths. So is Ted's cousin, just not taking no for an answer. So much space is being earned here by AMCAT. This is just a close hold and being executed perfectly.
I mean, you know, I was always taught not to poke the bear, but AMCATs are just doing it repeatedly right in front of the bear cave, and aren't really getting punished for it at what goes down this time. There you go, Nerfing goes down, and Ted's cousin was at 1, now at 0, and finally the punish comes through, but it took 2.5 minutes to get AMCAT off of the Bears' front door.
Well, the scary thing is that it took 2.5 minutes. The good thing is that they have some time now to push forward here. They've got a Kitsune rush as well to get them around the corner here, and we'll see if that's going to be the impetus to get them there, get them to the promised land, to get themselves into point B. They're running into Molten Core and, well, both DPS Ultimates and the Sound Bearer. Very scary proposition here.
Early Sound Bearer out from AMCAT. It may have been a little too early. Death Blossom gets booped away right into the corner. Gunslinger really wanted that one. The Wraith form comes out enough to save Nerfy, and there's nothing to save Gunslinger as ESA Mobile just sucks their soul right out of the sky. Less than a minute to go. Bears are still losing people.
I mean, we're holding on to this Molten Core, so 45 seconds. It'll be about 35 seconds by the time they're able to fully coalesce back together. Maybe 25 seconds by the time, because of the speed of the composition. Gunslinger over to a Soldier 76 now. And we see
There
Battlers
it
now.
is!
Oh my
Oh,
God!
it's all 5! That is all 5 falling under the weight of Ted Cousins' massive hammer and AMCAT. They are at your front door, but they're selling no Girl Scout cookies, nothing but death flavor. Here for you, Bears.
Pain. All I feel is pain.
Pain sandwiches.
Wow.
It's just death cookies. That's all you get. Flavor of the month. We'll get a touch here at the very end. Yes. Molten Core is going to take down Lily, though. The heals are gone, and this match is done and dusted over. With a final kill to take home. But unfortunately for the Bears, it's another L in the column. AMCATs move up to 6-0. The SUNY Potsdam Bears drop to 0-5 here on the season.
Wait, this was the play of the game?
Wait, what?
Okay. Well, I mean, just the work got done by Ted. No matter where Ted's cousin was on this field today, they were an impact player and just got so much work done. This is exactly the kind of week that you hope for from a front-running team. They really took it to poor SUNY Potsdam. The Bears just getting absolutely diffed out here. I'm sorry to put it in such blatant terms, but man, this was emphatic coming out from AMCAT. Jeff, this was scary to look at.
Yeah, statement win. And AMCAT OW, proven that they are a team to watch out for here in the Navigators Northeast Division. They are coming after that first place slot. Nobody is safe here. Because they are currently in second place just by map differential. But they have ESU in their sights, who are currently sitting in that number 1 slot. AMCAT really just screaming at him. An exclamation for that number 1 place here in the Northeast Division.
I think that we need to bring it up there that we talked about before we came on air. I think that if you're not saying we are AMCAT, meow, 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 like the farmer song, yeah, I think that they should be roaring that instead, because holy cow, that was just dirty. That was dirty coming from them. Very emphatic. I mean, I cannot wait to see ESU versus AMCAT. That's going to be a hell of a series.
Well, speaking of commercials, it's time for us to take a little bit of a break. That is match 1 in the books. We got 2 more matches coming up, and of course there's action going on our other channel there at TTV NECC. So if you don't see your school here, go check over there. There's a lot more fun stuff going on. We'll be back here in a little bit. It's going to be a bit of an extended break, and we'll have more Overwatch for you when we return.
I like that. like this. I 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 like like this. I like this. I like this. I like this. I like this.
Well, we appreciate your patience through that extended break, but we are back to continue through week 6 here, some NECC Overwatch. Jeff and Billy back at you here, and we're back, well, actually headed to the Challengers Division.
Yep, we're going to see Kennesaw State Academy going up against Niners Esports Black Flame Gold, a 4-0 team going up against a 1-4 team. So this could be reminiscent of our last series. It could be all one-way traffic. It could turn out to be a banger. We don't know, but what we do know is that we're going to start out on Li Zhang Garden. That is for sure where we're going to go here. And then it is winner ban, loser pick after that. And we'll see how we're going to do up here in the Challengers Mid-East Division.
Niner Esports Black Flame Gold is a mouthful, so we're just going to call them NBF from here on in. Maybe NBF Academy. They are certainly your underdogs on paper, coming in 1-4, as you mentioned. And, well, looking to keep things going. They're in that 8th spot. They are in the final seed where they can make it into the postseason. As of right now, they are just barely over Purdue Black, which is in 9th place. So every map win is really important here. Even if NBF can't pull out an overall dub, any map they can take can mean a lot.
And we did see, looking through this, Purdue Black actually taking a draw against Kennesaw State Academy. So we'll see. We'll see what this Niners Esports team has going for them. We're going to look and see. We're looking at tanks here in the middle. ICL versus Let's Play Revo. These are going to be our two Reinhardts coming out here. And Reinhardt very strong right now, as we have mentioned so many times before now since this last balance patch has come through. Reinhardt in such a great place. Big difference right now that we're looking at, BAP versus Ana. And then we're looking at May and the Cassidy.
Amazing how just taking 1 second off of the hit cooldown time of that pin has really helped with the mobility of Ryan, and pin has become more of a tool to get around the map, just as much if not more so as it is to get the instant 1 kill. Speaking of, here comes Let's Play Revo, who's got pin in and gets that kill on to Wazzy. And it's just a quick couple of kills. I mean, it was Kennesaw State. They took their time, saw their opening, and moved in and cleaned up.
Yep, they waited for that immortality barrier to go down, Jeff, and that's what their go sign was. They withstood the anti coming in and really dealt with a lot of stuff there. So Kennesaw State, more patient from their side. Nice wall coming out from Shottle.
Yeah, I see how just gonna keep their nose exposed, do some bubbles, try to get some charge, but a lot of damage comes through, and Wazzy getting the brunt of it. Already a player advantage here for Kennesaw State as they continue to hold this choke.
I mean, you're looking to close the gap here, right? And this Zarya comp providing a little bit more stability to go in. Heavy charge, though. They're going to need their focus going into this next fight, because 96 charge, that'll burn down a shield real quick, Jeff.
Yeah, wall doesn't quite catch NBF. The Blizzard comes out from Kennesaw State. His Niners were trying to get aggressive, and they just get stopped in their tracks. What a play coming out of Kennesaw State with the disengaged Blizzard to catch NBF off guard.
I loved it. And, I mean, just using the amp speed to disengage for that and then come back in on the roundabout, and I love it. So, I mean, 58% and counting. No ultimates online here for NBF, but they do have they're pretty close to this Kitsune rush. 4 ultimates ready to go for Kennesaw State. This is going to be a dynamic fight.
Both bubbles used. Shatter's going to come in. Only finds 2. It's both supports in the back. Big Puffins does fall, but Let's Play Revo has to extend so far to find that kill. They get themselves up for it, and it's left the front door wide open here as NBF Academy start to push in. ICL does have to be careful. Wexos was asleep, but Asura finds themselves in a bad spot. Now Shottle is under duress as they are surrounded by NBF players.
Well, I mean, they're probably trying to push it over 95% here, and they will do that. So it'll be one fight for them to take it back on. They didn't invest anything beyond the Shatter and the Deadeye. Trying to take that fight. Full 5-pack of ultimates ready to go here for NBF. So, it's all about portioning them out the right way.
Precise combo meal. On sale. Guess I'll stay. How hungry are you? It's gonna be ICL. Just goes right past the Reinhardt. It's a grab in the back. Let's play Rio gets the nano boost and goes forward. Blizzard from NBF allows Wexos to move it in and clean up the hapless members of Kennesaw State. And ICL and Wexos win the take race.
Well, we'll see how this actually goes forward. Now that the grab is offline, they did invest both their support ultimates into that. So Kennesaw State only have this Blizzard to get themselves on the point. Also need to be keeping a really big eye on this Blossom that's ready for Wexos.
Blizzard immediately comes out. Shuttle immediately goes down. You can see Dyer working around in the back, trying to find those kills. Will do so. 20 health as they're in the duel with ICL, and they pop the Deadeye. They're going to get burned down as Wexos and ICL return for that kill. But now it's just Wexos floating around this point, eventually dismantled. This is going to be close for anybody to get back in touch.
I mean, ICL swapping over to the ball. We'll see if they're able to do that. They're going to use a considerable rush to kind and speed there, but no dice there for NBF. So Kennesaw State takes our 1-0 lead in Control Center, or in Legion Tower. Sorry, I'm thinking that we're going to Control Center. Yes, maybe I'm just prognosticating here. But I mean, you know, the May play here from Shuttle, though they did get caught out once, two massive blizzards that turns fights in their favor. Beautiful work from their DPS player. And I mean, I love the work here. Really investing into your Reinhardt, making sure they're able to stay up through these fights. And yeah, I was reading the future. We are going to Control Center, so advantage to the Reinhardt player here, Jeff.
Prognosticating in this economy?
Yes.
Bold choice, sir. Bold choice. ICL sticking with the Zarya here.
I mean,
otherwise he's showing us a bit of Junkrat.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I mean, you can go for the combo with the grab and the tire. That's a huge combo that could come out. So let's see how fast we can get the charge worked up and how many right clicks we can get landed here from ICL. Already 10% towards that grab.
That's just a matter of how much space you control, and it's going to take a good combination from Wexos and ICL to make that happen. You can see them in tandem pushing up into White Room and on to Let's Play Revo, and they just melt the Reinhardt.
Yep, shield pressure was at a premium there, and that's exactly what they went for. Once that dropped, they were able to close the gap and take care of business. So first take here to NBF, looking much more strong here. I like Wazi coming in on this Junkrat. The other big change, Kingsley going over to the Baptiste. So lots of burst healing, plus that immortality barrier is going to be so important to them.
Yeah, it's Kennesaw State who are pulling out the on at this time around. A little switch up in support compositions. NBF controlling a lot of space at the moment. You can see Wexos up in White Room, putting some pressure down, kind of in a bit of a duel with Dyer. Dyer's going to loop back around, see if they can help out. Let's play Revo, who swapped over to Azaria. Good wall. Wexos is in trouble. ICL is in a bit of hurt as well. Radimir's going to find that final blow. And Kennesaw State on the back of a tank swap come in and take this point.
And they've almost equaled what ICL has garnered so far as Graviton Surge generation. So nice swaps here coming out from Kennesaw State, recognizing that, you know what, maybe the Zarya is going to work here. Blizzard into this fight is going to get them percentage going, but I mean, still, nice first hold there from Niners Esports. We'll see how they work.
ICL might struggle to get as much charge as their counterpart in Let's Play Revo. Blizzard online on this dangerous corner. Shuttle's looking for it, running forward aggressively. They really want to get the bubbles out. They get the immortality field out. Wall is up as well. Nano on Let's Play Revo and Kennesaw State are getting aggressive. Wexos able to wraith and get out of the sticky of that magnetic grenade. It's the grab from ICL that comes out first. Wazzy and Wexos following up on the back of that with an Amp Matrix. Niners Esports. They're able to patiently outplay Kennesaw State in what was a very dangerous spot.
Well, I mean, you've got Tyre up against a Blizzard right now. They're looking to see if they can burn down poor Shuttle here. They do that in the end. But still, the stall here from Radimir is actually going quite well. They've surpassed what Niners Esports has on their line.
It was a really good job from NBF to play around Shuttle. I never, Shuttle was looking for that Blizzard at the very beginning of that fight. Never found a good place to use it.
Yep, I mean, we got Grav and the Blizzard ready to go into this fight. You're looking at Tyre and Death Blossom. So, I mean, lots of options for both these teams. I want to see how Big Puffins decides to initiate with this Kitsune Rush.
like Kennesaw State's not going to give him the chance. Speeding up through White Room as the Deadeye coming out. Gets rushes over the point. Deadeye got the Immortality field up, and Dyer is able to give the edge over to Kennesaw State. As 2 picks follow on the back of that Deadeye. Kennesaw State flip.
2 ultimate fight, and they still hold on to their Graviton Surge, so that's going to be a time waster there. It's going to hold them off the point. Also, with this Graviton Surge, I mean, you can either let into the May, you can lay into the Electric Cowboy play here, but Tyre and Blossom, both still available here to Niners Esports.
Tyner coming out now. Looking into the back line. Nope, not going to find it. Machado was able to ice block up. Here comes the grab. That has everybody in it. Immortality field is gone. Woo! Huge grab coming out of Let's Play Revo. Should seal the deal here for Kennesaw State. Here's a counter grab in return, but it's just Wexos left. They have no health, no Wraith form after that. That overtime yellow will quickly disappear. NBF fall here to the Owls. Mijan Tower going to Kennesaw State. They now lead the series 1-0.
Adaptability, though, from both sides. Loving seeing that from both squads. They thought that the Reinhardt was going to be the choice here. Found out that ICL was getting a lot more value and answered and echoed that out. So, but Radomir came up with the 2K here. Environmental kills are always prioritized, especially here. So we'll see how this works again. What a punch and the boop there as well. So, the work got done there by Kennesaw State Academy. NBF, though, really did bring adaptability, really forced Kennesaw State kind of to play on their terms. I think that, looking at the last part of that, of the map, I think that really they were able to, turn it around. They got the value out of it that they needed, and in the end takes the 2-0 win.
Yeah, it was fun to watch some Zarya. We haven't gotten to see a whole lot of Zarya here in this recent meta, but in the Challengers division, what you're strong at, your teamwork, understanding your win cons, all of these things are way more important than the meta. If you can play it well and you can play to your strengths, then Zarya can absolutely work, and we just saw that on display. And Let's Play Rero making the swap to match Sand, the Junkrat, and the Reaper on the other side, both of which just charge up a Zarya like there's no tomorrow.
Yep, they both were operating at high charge quite a few times, and you see the value of that Zarya particle beam going through. Really the difference was in the DPS, and we saw Shottle get a lot of work done with that May, not only being able to avoid the Tyre there, which would have flipped the point because they didn't have an immortality barrier, they didn't have the sound barrier there, so being able to just ice block up and deny the damage coming in. That was where really the map turned there on Control Center for Kennesaw State. So, recognizing your win cons, you hit it on the head, Jeff. I really like the fact that, they're willing to come out here with different heroes. They're willing to swap comps around. This is the hallmark of what Overwatch 2 is right now, especially as you move up in the ranks, the ability to be fluid with your compositions. It's so beautiful to see right now for our beautiful game, and I just could not be happier. I'm tickled pink right now.
And it requires not just the recognition of how to play in these different situations, depending on map, depending on composition, but being able to execute with the win cons with it, like being able to identify, oh, this is what we need to do in this brawl comp to overtake, to counter this Zarya. We need to make sure we're not charging them and not giving angles, so we got to control space. Like being able to identify these things is so important. It plays so much into the strategy of the game right now, of the meta right now.
You said your WinCom was the control center, is pulling out the Baptiste immortality barrier, and then going in with your aggression on the back of it. They were looking for it. That toot sweep popped the grab directly after it. You saw how deadly that was. Recognize to get out and win. It's all order of operations when you're running it and competitive like this. And, competitiveness is going to really be on display as we go to our next map, which is going to be King's Row. And you know what? I'm wondering if we're going to see the Zarya mirror again, or are we going to see Reinhardt's come out here? You have your choice, obviously, going forward with how you can play this map. And it'll be interesting to see how the two teams really attack this map.
And we just saw, Control Center, which is a map traditionally played with Reinhardt or possibly Narisa, but close quarters brawl. We saw Zarya's come out. on that one. I wonder if that's indicative of what we might see here.
I hope so. I hope so. I mean, I love good Zarya play. And I mean, I was an off-tank main when we played Overwatch 1. I mean, I started out as an off-tank. I learned to flex to main tanks, but really my bread and butter was in the off-tanks. And I mean, Zarya, I didn't understand her at first, but once I learned her, oh my gosh, she's a lot of fun to play. And yeah, I mean, we saw some really good play, not only from Revo, but also from ICL. I had a really good performance on the Zarya on the last map. So, I mean, if you're going to run the Zarya compositions here, this could actually really work into your favor if you can generate that grab. It's a race to grab if you're getting the mirror matchup from them. But you know what? There's going to be time to discuss that once we do see these two teams come out with their compositions. They're going to come out with their spawns now. And we're looking at Revo playing that Reinhardt. So they're going to be running the rush here. And you know what? A little bit of a swap up here. Diehard going over to the Hanzo. So you're looking for one-shot potential. You're looking for shield break potential. And you're also going to have vision available to you. Sonic Arrow.
Yeah, trade-off there is the Hanzo sometimes not as reliable as, say, like a Cassidy could be. Or even a Bastion as far as damage. Shield break may not be an issue if NBF want to keep with this. No, okay, here comes the swap. NBF looking to show us the Kiriko alongside the Ana, whereas Kennesaw State running the Lucio for those. Look at the speed on the engage and the disengage.
Right, I like this. You know, you're going to have the anti, and there's no way to cleanse it. So I mean, that's what the benefit of having Wazi out here on this Kiriko is. Once the Asura nano or anti comes in, you can cleanse it right up. Now that could also add into these order of operations, Jeff, because if you see that come through, if you see the Suzu come out and cleanse the anti, you can go in with your own bag of tricks, and they're not going to be able to withstand it. So we do have a pause called for in game by the tank player from NBF, and we'll see if it's a connection issue or if something else going on here. But yeah, I mean, that's what you're looking for. You're looking for you're always thinking about what is the next play, and you're trying to think a couple steps ahead. And so, you know, you're saying, okay, we got our nade out. It hits them. They pull Suzu. Now we can charge in, and they're not going to have that invulnerability for the momentary time that it is. So, I mean, this is all about, you know, taking step after step and really committing to your comp.
And with Kennesaw having a Lucio, I think that speed is going to be the biggest step. It's going to be the most important step within this composition, and I'm worried for MBF because without a Lucio, I think Kennesaw is just going to dance all over them. And then say they do see those cooldowns come out, they do see an advantage. Kennesaw is going to be able to amp speed in and pounce on that and completely catch MBF off guard. This could be a scary pick. Now the good news for MBF is they're on the attack. They can easily just walk back a few feet and swap over to a Lucio if they so desire. But right now that is a big, just glaring standout point between these two comps, and it could be a big advantage for Kennesaw on this defense.
It really could. I think that the biggest cooldown, at least support-wise, isn't going to be the amp, isn't going to be the Suzu. I think it's going to be the sleep coming from either Asura or Big Puffins, because you can't cleanse that. And you'll take a look and see how they actually progress into this.
Yep, there was the cleanse onto the Bionade. ICL no longer purple, trying to push forward. Still hasn't gotten topped off. Healing has slowly been there enough for MBF to continue to push forward. Wall is off the mark. And a defensive Bionade allows for ICL to be finished off. Sean lost to trade themselves for it, but let's play Revo here with a big advantage and an Earth Shadow ready to go. Massive Bionade and the Nano invested late in this fight to clean it up.
And there's the beauty of the new mechanics for Ryan right there, Jeff. You just saw it in spades. The ability to, first of all, cancel your charge. That was one of the biggest changes that a lot of us Reinhardt players asked for, and we received it here in Overwatch 2, is the ability to cancel your charge. So you can actually speed past the retreating players and start swinging your hammer once again.
Right here with 4 final blows in the back of that fight, almost as a sound barrier. Basura does full. And this is a massive advantage, especially with that sleep. Big Puffin's really trying to escalate NBF as the Bionade lands in. It is all over Kennesaw State. This defense, they're just seeing purple right now.
Yep, and I mean, literally was the purple. That's the reason why they get decimated so hard. That and a beautiful shatter from ICL. That'll be point A here for them being taken care of, and we'll need to see what kind of an investment we're going to have here. Where do they set up? If we see NBF set up here along Bookstore, the archway is going to be free.
And that's why NBF are positioned so aggressively at the moment. Uh-oh. That was Wexos with a panic look in their eyes. They're trying to back up. ICL had their back against the ice wall. And NBF are going to have to slow their roll here on this attack. And there goes their hold on the arch.
Yep, I mean, that's a beautiful wall there coming out from Shuttle. We mentioned their name quite a few times in the previous match. And, well, or in the previous map. And there we go again. Nice work from them. But you're looking at Blizzard and the Blossom coming out here from Niners. There's the early Blizzard.
The Dragon and try to counter. The Blizzard's going to catch 2 out. And despite how hard Asura is trying, they're not able to keep Dyer alive. Let's Play Revo suffers a similar fate.
Well, not only that, but they were in the middle of their shatter animation and lose their shatter as well. So that's a huge boon here for NBF. They're going to push forward and really take it to the members of Kennesaw State Academy. I like this aggression. I like the positive movement forward as you're trying to pull more and more out from them and claim more and more space. This street space is going pretty darn fast here for NBF.
And so far, the Lucio, who I thought was going to be a major factor, has not as big an impact as I was expecting.
I mean, the sound barrier just didn't do enough because of that huge anti-nade that came in from Big Puffins.
Blizzard on the back here from the defense. Death Blossom from the attack as the Sura's got a nano boost. Revo, and they're trying to fend off this assault. 3 kills to 2, favoring the attacking NBF. Let's Play Revo just even the odds. Kingsley has 1 health. Revo falls to the 1 health May. And NBF now with a 2v1 shuttle, just praying for reinforcements right now. Where's the cavalry?
Well, you got an ice block to hold you here for a second, and they don't time their pin right, but they do time that fire strike right. The big shatter!
Yeah, Shatter's going to find the next 2 members of Kennesaw State moving forward. The Bionade, though, beautifully done. Radimir's still alive here. Great stall. Oh, I see how blocked by their own May. May have been for the better, as that was looking a little sacrificial.
Yep, I mean, but they do get .2 here now, and we're looking at 3:33 on the clock. And you know what? The supports have really been the answer here for NBF here on Kings Row. You're looking right now to see Revo turn it around, Kitsune rush out.
They will block some of that. It's going to eat up some of the time. The disengage. Oh, this might have been a bit aggressive. Revo going in a little too early. Yeah, you got ahead of it. You disengaged so well, but you got impatient and felt like you had to push forward. Good job from NBF to apply that pressure. Now ICL continues this aggression in the final stretch here in the Foundry of Kings Row.
Well, I mean, you're looking at Shatter and both support ultimates coming in here. There's 2:50 on the clock. I mean, yeah, Revo gets behind him. Big bang.
Ouch. Ouch! Revo just goes sliding past everybody from NBF, looked at ICL and turned and said, I will shatter these 4. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, that was a sacrificial shatter, but it was worth it. It was so worth it. I mean, just skates around the shield. that's a 45-degree turn there from the right heart. Beautiful work from them.
I like to picture Revo winked at Owl as they were like sliding by. There was a little wink there. I just know it.
Yes. Yes, I didn't hear a hello come through either, son. That's hilarious.
Blizzard out now from the defense. Bionade into the mix from Asura, as well as a nano boost onto Revo, but a counter shatter or a shatter from ICL. Ooh, beautifully positioned pin. Drop, let's play Revo, and then the additional swing to push them off the side.
I mean, that's just great. That's just great from
that was cool.
Revo. A beautiful, or I'm sorry, from ICL, just taking care of business there in the end. The honorable Ryan 1v1, even with a nano, completely devalues that whole ultimate. So now Sound Barrier ready to go here for Kennesaw State. They're looking at being taken here in a pretty good time bank.
Lexos up top, gets spotted. That's just by Bob. Kennesaw State might have seen the shots go up here. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Shottle saw the Tracers come up here, knew Wexos was hiding, and then goes up there and finishes them off. Not going to allow the Reaper that juicy of a spot.
Swaps here from Niners Esports here, coming through with the Hanzo now, so they know that there's going to be an Ash threat here they need to take care of. They've used the arrow to get themselves a little bit of extra vision, and well, we're still holding on to this Wexos Death Blossom. Need to see if they're going to be able to teleport into the back to take care of it.
Yeah, we know they want it. We saw from that last positioning exactly what's going through Wexos' head. Considering rush out to make life a little difficult here for the defense, they have to use the sound barrier, and still, Let's Play Revo cannot survive. Dragons out, Niner Esports pushing all the way into the spawn doors. It's a solo shatter to finish off Dyer. And Kennesaw State now just want to hold on for as long as they can. Won't be for long, though, as the cart goes in with 31 seconds left in the bank.
I mean, that's better coming out from NBF, honestly. Niners Esports really getting the bit in their teeth there and taking advantage. Maybe of a couple questionable YOLO charges. Also, the fact that they're sustained was just a little bit better, as we saw coming out from Wazzy and from Big Puffins for them. So we'll need to see a little bit of a change-up here coming from Kennesaw State. They have not gone perfect through their season, even though they are sitting right now on, I believe it is, what, 4-0. So we'll see.
Yes.
We'll see how they're going to be able to transverse this next part. I mean, it's going to be their attack coming out here. 31-second time bank.
That might be my favorite play of the day, or that shatter. That was great. And we did see the speed come into play a little bit. That was also really slick. I see I'll drop, and Let's Play Revo at that perfect spot, just showing a mastery of ride mechanics.
Love it. Love it. I mean, we all appreciate good Reinhardt play. Now, I want to see if there's going to be any kind of a change here coming from Kennesaw State as they come out here looking to take their attack. No changes here for NBF. So I think that really they feel good with this composition coming in. The Freezing Edgelord will be doing their darndest to keep them off the point. And ICL really did step up in the tank department for NBF. So Kennesaw State, their perfect season is on the line here. They're already up 1-0, but they're looking at a daunting task trying to get past this May Reaper comp.
Yep, mirror on both sides, except for that Lucio Kiriko, same as we saw for the last round. Wall is up behind Let's Play Revo at the moment. They have to go around statue the other direction. It's a good bionate from Icy Owl that forces their shield back up, and for them to stop pushing forward, and in fact enables the kill onto the front line. Kennesaw State just comes screaming into your back line. Let's Play Revo was not stopping.
Nope, Revo decided we're going to go ahead and take this on one take. Now they're going to push forward. They're going to get themselves forward and see if Shottle maybe can deny some of the recontest ability to come back in. They really want to get past this archway and hold the line there. Kingsley going over to the Hanzo and disfavored out of the May here. So we'll see how this is going to work out for them.
I see. Was it a rough moment there? Able to back up, get topped off, still hold down the corner. Let's say Robo gets slept, has a shatter ready to go, throws it down, and does manage to two alongside the shield, and it's enough to take Wexos out of the fight.
He dropped his shield at the very wrong moment as Kingsley was putting those storm arrows into his shield, and yeah, I mean, that's a great little turn there, but they do get through their archway. That's the big point here, Jeff. But, I mean, ICL, Shatter is almost online, and no Revo in sight.
There's the hit that gets the shatter, and the shatter lands, and it gets a lot of people. They're in the back line. Dragons to go over a couple with it, and NBF managed to strike a good blow here against Kennesaw State right at the archway. Finally, they're starting to move in, pinch up, clean up what they started. ICL and company holding here at the arch.
Well, I thought they had gotten far enough along for them to be able to not have to worry about this archway hold. Well, I was wrong. And now the investment's going to have to come through here. They're going to have to use this Blizzard, Jeff, to get through this chokehold. And I mean, that just depends on if Wazzy lands a big enough Suzu in there.
Dagger goes down. A Bionade comes through, Nano onto ICL. All of this means Kennesaw State have to use their Lucio and run away.
Well, the good thing is that they didn't invest anything into that fight. So, I mean, they're coming up on a 5-pack of ultimates here. Wasi still holding this Kitsune rush, though, Jeff, and this should be the initiator for them moving in.
And this is really how I expected Lucy to have much more of an impact. They just kite out that nano boost. There should be an advantage to Kennesaw State. An aggressive move from ICL. They get bionated. Still want to use that shatter. They don't invest it now. Nano boost out onto Let's Play Rev. Pushing forward, Kennesaw State will finally break open this hold. Despite Let's Play Rev sleeping on the job a little bit.
I mean, it happens. And taking an anti for their wares and for their troubles as well. Now, only 2 ultimates used there. So they've got Sound Barrier to move into this next fight, as well as their Shatter and Blossom. So the Shatter v Shatter war will be interesting. We'll see the right mind games come out here, Jeff. But now it's all going to be about who's going to pull the trigger on this Blossom first.
The Shatter is... Oh, the shield was in trouble. The Shatter is down onto everyone, but not by Dyer, as both Death Blossoms come out. Lexos and Kingsley standing tall when the dust settles. It's a 2v2 left on this point. Shottle and Let's Play Revo, they're not disengaging.
They are not, I mean, using the ice block to perfection there. And I mean, Kingsley still has optimal sight lines here. Going to try and break that shield down. And, well, in the interim, yeah, you lose the shield and it goes through and takes Shottle down.
Prompts a little bit of a reset here from Kennesaw State. You still have some tools to work with. Uh-oh, this sleep could be bad. I said, are you going to pin it? No, you're just going to fire strike him.
I mean, you got to get that next Shatter up, and the pin's not going to do enough to you. Wexo's coming out on the Bastion here, Jeff. So, I mean, shield management is going to be at a premium here for Let's Play Revo.
There's the Sound Barrier. Kennesaw State getting aggressive. Everybody focusing down that Bastion. So much damage coming out, and Let's Play Revo falls. The Nano Boost comes out onto Dyer. It's actually not onto Let's Play Revo. Blizzard into the back. Wall to prevent a disengage from Big Puffins. Big Puffins is going to fall. Icy Owl was in trouble because there was no heals left as they were out in front of that Blizzard. Kennesaw State get the job done.
Man, that was expensive, though. Both support ultimates and the Blizzard into that fight. And you're looking at Dragons. You're looking at the Nano. You're looking at the Shatter coming up here, Jeff. And, I mean, to commit into this fight, I think Revo needs to play extremely aggressive here. Really, be able to be sped in and then taken out and get behind the shield coming out from Icy Owl.
I think you're going to have to do a round of disengages before you do that. There's the first set of Dragons, and it's gone behind him. Let's say Revo has no choice but to move forward. A good wall has put Icy Owl in a bad spot. A Fire Strike will finish him off. No shield to block this Shatter from Let's Play Revo as they go just flying into the back. Suzu already used. Focus down onto the Bastion, who's moved up into Sentry form at the top of this ramp. And there's just overwhelming pressure coming out from Kennesaw. The ult gets canceled. And now is a lone Icy Owl on this point. Oh, no, they did a little bit of help, enough to get a Nano Boost, but the Shatter will devalue that Nano Boost almost entirely. Shadow response from Icy Owl actually allows this defense to stabilize. Unbelievable work. This defense was looking toasted.
They were, but I mean, it was on the back of seeing, the swift step coming in from Wazzy. The Suzu was perfect. Also, I think that the pin in there from Revo was unnecessary. You could have shattered as soon as Icy Owl went down. You could have shattered and gotten a 4-person wipe on the back of it and pushed it on in. So I think maybe a little bit of decision making here in the Rhine 1v1. Revo really needs to claim this space once again.
Beach fuel spray. I use the beach fuel spray. I like that spray. Hit in once again from Let's Play Revo. This could be the Blizzard to back it up as Revo is trying to force everybody into that area of effect, successfully doing so. And it's once again another Nano. I feel like Asura and Big Puffin have these Nanos online every single fight. It's been ridiculous work from both of our Annas. Asura, in this case, pushing Kennesaw State forward to a bigger time pick.
Yep, 43 seconds to be exact. So, I mean, this will be great for Kennesaw State. They will be able to at least come close to picking up some of their ultimates coming through. But I mean, this first take here from Kennesaw State was just absolutely beautiful. It was coordinated, it was lethal, it was assertive, and you love to see it. So I mean, this is going to be rare. The rubber hits the road here for NDF. They've got a minute, so poke comp, I don't know if that's going to work. I think you need to go in and really take the fight to Kennesaw State. I think that it's going to come down to getting a first pick. If they can pick out, probably, you know, Revo would have to be the first person that should want to be looking to get through. It's also going to come down defensively, Jeff, for Radomir to be able to speed them away from some of these engages coming in. And look at this, Big Puffins swapping over to the Lucio. So now you've got cleanse and speed on your side.
Yeah, the Kiriko Lucio were meta for a very long time here in Overwatch 2, still super strong together. Okay, we are going to get Kingsley making the swap. So mirror now, but this time the Lucios are the same on both sides. It's going to be a Kiriko versus an Ana. Ana on the defense. And we're going to see Asura just sit way back by phone booth. It's going to be very difficult for NBF to close the distance against that Ana.
Look at the corner check there, though, and that's a great wall, but it doesn't catch anybody.
Yeah, everybody from NBF did a good job pushing together. Big Bionades cleansed by the Suzu, and Let's Play Revo is already down. This is going to be a one and done. 4 points will be on the board here. Particularly with a quick cleanup. Yeah, that's a pretty nice cleanup. This is going to be a cap.
Well, I mean, they went in with the exact pick that I said that they needed to get, and that was taking Revo out first. So, 20 seconds, and then we'll be into overtime. So we're going to see how this Kennesaw State team is going to be able to hold space here and deny the push coming through. That's a huge icicle into Shottle's Dome. This is going to gain them so much space.
Yeah, that is a monstrous pickup here from Kingsley. Shottle only 22%, have barely been able to get anything done. Let's Play Revo feeling under a lot of stress at the moment. The charge is blocked by the wall. The counter pin is going to take Revo down. Kennesaw State are losing their footing. They are sliding away here in Kings Row.
They have overcommitted. They have pushed too far forward. They have panicked, dare I say, and Shatter is going to be available for Icy Owl here. Well, I thought they were going to play the sneaky Ryan there, but nah. They're going to go ahead and show their faces here. And, I mean, now the good thing for Kennesaw State is once they do re-engage, if they start landing some of these combos going in, the overtime timer is going to go down so fast. We just need to see how this is going to go through.
Yeah, but the bad news is if NBF wins this is going to be 5 points on the board. Shatter down on an incredible nano means Let's Play Revo didn't take as much damage and now respond to the shatter of their own. Kitsune rush from NBF has just been completely denied. Sound barrier up. Icy Owl is able to get one before the shields will fade and the overtime goes with it. So Kennesaw State are able to put a screeching halt on this cart, but holy cow, not before NBF got a monstrous amount of distance there on point B.
I mean, the coordination was beautiful there. I mean, look at this. What we saw going into that, before that nano came out, was the Blizzard came out, and you saw Revo trying to charge out. ICL actually charges him back in to the Blizzard, and that's why the nano had to come out there. And they did get the good value on the back of it. But still, I mean, based off of a minute time bank, and Niners Esports here have really stepped up to the plate. They're sitting on 0-4, if I remember correctly, coming in here. No, they're 1-4. They're 1-4 coming in here, and they are not playing like a 1-4 team. So, man, for Kennesaw State, it's got to be just as decisive. It's got to be just as deliberate coming in here. And you know what? No changes for them. They're going to run with this composition once again. Same thing on the other side for NBF defensively. So it's going to come down to what does Asura get done here with these nades pulling out the Suzu, and are they going to be able to clean up on the back of that?
Suzu can be fight winning, can be map winning. Timing is oh so delicate. And then, of course, that phenomenal ult could be the strongest ult in the game right now, at least top 3 in that Kitsune rush. Both in the back pocket of Wazi and the defense of NBF as they look to hold on for 90 seconds. Early wall up for both teams, neither really able to find much. And it's going to stall things out here for a moment. Well, Let's Play Revo did not get that memo. Pushes in, gets taken. Oh, super low, but it's Icy Owl who falls. Let's Play Revo was dancing around 50 health, is still doing so. But somehow Asura and Radomir are able to keep them alive.
I don't know how they stay alive there, to be quite honest. I mean, that is absolutely insane. Sitting on what, 50 health? Maybe?
Oh, went from 25 to 75 and, like, was just fluttered in there for, like, the final 10 seconds, 15 seconds of that fight.
I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it. I mean, the trusting in your supports there, because that YOLO charge was scary for me as a rank player.
I thought Revo was down first thing. But it was an early shot on the shuttle that actually opened up that fight, and then, well, it's the same thing here. The shuttle's the first to fall. Kennesaw State was still able to win that previous fight, despite being the first team to lose a player. Revo with a shatter here, 30 seconds on the clock.
Well, I mean, you got Nano as well. Oh, what a wall. The wall actually stops him.
Yeah, I was saying that's their own wall. Nano on the Revo. NBF are backpedaling as much as they can. Oh, okay, both Reds backed off for a moment, realizing they both kind of missed an opportunity there. Icy Owl now with their own shatter wall up, sound barrier from the defense. Let's Play Revo is gone. NBF have a real chance to take this thing. Shadow might be able to bring it back with the Blizzard. Sound barrier from Kennesaw State as well. And the Ice doesn't know. Wazzy saves them. The Suzu could indeed be map winning here for NBF as Wazzy just completely bails out this defense.
I mean, the wall didn't come up in time. I think you needed to throw the wall down first and then throw the Blizzard out and stop the retreat. That's going to do it. This is all cleanup now.
Oh my, Suzu is a little bit of a strong ability, by the way, especially when it's timed as perfectly as Wazzy did right there. What a clapback here from NBF, and now Niner Esports, Flame. I almost said Black Flag. That's a game. Black Flame, that's a school. And right now they are tied with Kennesaw State, which is also a school, in case you were wondering.
Okay, buddy. I mean, the work was done. I mean, Kingsley willing to swap between the Mei and the Hanzo, getting value on both of these heroes. I tell you what, as we head into our first break here, Kennesaw State have got to be kicking themselves in the foot. You saw that Revo really wanted to drop that shatter, but you saw the quick kite back, and then once again that Blizzard could have been team wiping, but the Suzu and the movement away just was too perfect coming out from MBF. Beautiful clapback from them indeed.
Well, as you mentioned, it's time for an intermission. When we come back, we're headed to Escort. We'll see you back here for map 3 in just a few. head into map number 3. We have a special analyst joining us on the deck. This is special analyst Bo. Bo, give us your inside thoughts there on Kings Row. What was your opinion on that defense from Kennesaw? Yeah, I was.
It was rough. It was rough.
It was rough. Ah! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, where are we headed next, Billy?
Well, we are headed to Rialto next. That'll be our next map coming through here. And at the very end there, we saw a swap from Revo going over to the Wrecking Ball. So, could this be a precursor for things to come here in Italy? We shall find that out here in just a few seconds. But I tell you what, this was a turnaround that I was not honestly expecting coming out from MDF. And I think that Shottle needs to be flogged with a couple wet noodles for sticking their head out a couple of times there. In the extra innings of Kings Row, they were taken out twice by Kingsley in their defense during the overtime for them. So we'll see. We'll see how this is actually going to work out here for the members of Kennesaw State. They are still going to be defending first here. No side swaps here. So we'll see the Black Flame Gold come out here on offense, but we'll see how this is actually going to work out here. We know that Kingsley does have Sniper in their wheelhouses, at least as far as the Hanzo. So that I expect to see that really weighing heavily here for them. But for Kennesaw State, I think that the swap of composition is going to have to come through here. And we do see that Dyer going over to a Hanzo of their own. Shuttle's going to stay on this May. So, you know, space is going to be at a premium for Niners Esports. We saw them be able to work around the walls. Still the same defensive backline for Kennesaw State Academy. And we've seen a lot of adaptation coming out from Niners Esports. So I think that, you know, depending on how this goes, maybe the Kiriko needs to come out from Kennesaw State.
I mean, the Sir has been doing so much work on the on, and that's a tough call.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, we'll be keeping an eye. I mean, we saw the effect of the Suzu there on Kings. Let's see. Bionade versus Suzu. Reinhardt versus Ramatra.
Discord Orb's going to weigh heavily huge here, Jeff, as you know they're going to have to be able to get out of LOS of the Zenyatta when that does come down, but it's already on them.
Yeah. Revo does get the Bionade. Oh, the defensive wall kind of blocks some of the damage. Revo is able to back around the corner, get topped up. We'll fight a break out here once they hit Courtyard. ICL doing a good job of just maintaining that distance and not getting within range of that big Ryan Hammer. Because ICL's health pool will disappear in a heartbeat if it gets too close to that corner.
Yeah, there's not enough burst healing to keep up the Ramatra here, so I mean, they're counting on this Discord Orb to be able to take down big targets.
Shottle finding some revenge from map 2 as they get first blood onto Kingsley this time. Actually, first couple of kills will go in favor of Shoddy in Kennesaw State, and they'll repel NBF's first attack.
Well, they're going to have Nano. That's going to be the first ultimate online here, and the ICL swapping over to the Reinhardt of their own, so giving up the Annihilation. And there's Big Puff and Switch, so now speed is going to be available for both squads. They tried a different composition coming out here, found that it wasn't working, and went back to the drawing board and got themselves a little bit something different coming out.
Yeah, I can see the Zenyatta making an appearance again on defense, but the speed just too important to try to close this gap. Claim space, take it away from your opponents. Counter charge from ICL onto the Nano Boost, and let's play Revo. Revo has the Shadow ready to go, but Dyer's already down. Revo getting incredibly aggressive into the back. ICL is going to fall. This is a free Shatter whenever they decide to press it. A huge Bionade, and Let's Play Rev is going to just keep pressing forward. One fire strike out, and they're satisfied with that.
Yep, I mean, holding on to it is perfect for them, and they're going to have the sound barrier as well to hold them up through this next fight. You know, you've got the Kitsune Rush, so, you know, can you answer the Kitsune Rush with the sound barrier? Absolutely. We've seen it happen through a lot of the competitions that we have been casting here, so this is actually massive.
Dyer with a great set of dragons, speaking of massive, and the Bionade onto ICL just means they don't stand a chance in that Reinhardt duel.
No, Kingsley does get a little bit for their troubles there, taking down Dyer. So, you know, the spawn advantage right now, we're about halfway between the two. Split the difference just a little bit. You will be able to get that high ground, though, and that's going to be real premium here for Dyer, is to be able to get this high ground above where point A caps and be able to spam those arrows in.
Vladimir was racing back to get Dyer back into this fight. I think made it back in time. Shatter only available for Revo at the moment. Another good buy. Shatter comes out. That one got blocked. ICL returns the favor. Shuttle immediately dies. Sound barrier out here from Kennesaw Straight to try to hang on, but Let's Play Revo doesn't get any of it. Revo is still in trouble, does find the heals, and another nano ready to go here for Azura. Kennesaw State hoping to hold, but they lose Vladimir on the rotation.
Yep, I mean, that's a great shot from Wazzy with the kunai going in, but I mean, the nano can be invested here. There it goes through.
Let's Play Revo comes storming forward. It's going to be a Blizzard right behind him, and the Suzu doesn't come out. Must have already been used as Wazzy goes down. Sound barrier's already been expended, but those shields are gone. Wexos is able to make some use of them. It's a 3v3 on the back at this point. Neither team with a Reinhardt in this fight. Dyer still at full health, throwing arrows down, while it's Radomir who's keeping the cart stalled out. Both supports are here for both of our teams, I believe. No, Wazzy is not in this fight. So it was just Big Puffin's heals, but here comes some Dragons and NBF for storming back onto this point.
They really are. I mean, this is a beautiful turn from them. They're going to capture point A on the back of those Dragons, as a matter of fact. And now it's time to get out. It's time to jump into the river and get yourself through and recontest around the L'Angolo della Morte. I haven't even said that name for so long because we've just been locked into so many certain map types. It's nice to see the Corner of Death rear its head here once again.
Yeah, this corner isn't quite as potent as it was in Overwatch 1 just because of the nature of the game. Defensive comps aren't quite as static as we used to see back in the 2-tank era. A little bit more push and pull here in our modern game of Overwatch, but still one of those difficult corners in the game to push through.
Yep, we're looking for a little bit of high ground here. We're looking for a wall to kind of wall off Icy Owl. They can actually really stop the healing from coming in and going to force the Swift Step out too.
Oh, Dyer's already down. Concerning Rush comes out. Shatter finds 4 here from Kennesaw State. Let's Play Revo just sees the arches come down and decides that is the perfect opportunity. A welcoming gate here for a massive Earth Shatter.
I mean, you love to see it. I mean, that was absolutely massive coming out from Revo. And through that, actually is 24% towards her next one. So, I mean, a quarter game there after landing the fatty. They've got their work cut out for them here, though. No ultimates online here. Sound barrier closest for Kennesaw State. A 3-pack of ultimates coming up online for Niners Esports. This could be very dynamic for them.
Interesting position here from the May. Yeah, they want to block off Icy Owl. Succeeded doing so. A little bit of pressure going down, but Icy Owl still able to receive some healing, and Kingsley's able to land the shots. +1 to NBF Academy as they round the corner and have their sights set in the back of point B. Radomir with the sound barrier, and Kennesaw State trying to press forward. Behaving strong despite being down. Kingsley makes them pay as Kingsley continues to whittle through the ranks of this defense.
Yep. I mean, beautiful. Was that an Ajax beat? I think our producer said that the beat was Ajax, so that's off the line now. And this is going to be great push forward here from Niners Esports. They're going into the Cathedral.
Yeah, that is disastrous here for Kennesaw State. Only good news for them is they've managed to work down some of this time, so it's not the world's biggest time bank trying to push in the Cathedral.
I mean, Death Blossom versus Blizzard here. We saw the last time that went out. Dragon's going to be out first.
Shatter gets through the shield. Revo's in a lot of trouble. This is the rest of Kennesaw State. Wexos pushing in alongside Icy Owl to force the Kennesaw State crew all the way back to the spawn doors.
Yep, and I mean, there's the cleanup right there on aisle 3, and well, they hold on to their ultimates though. So I mean, they're going to have the Blizzard, they've got the Shatter and the Nano coming into this next fight. They're going to have to get out and touch soon. Minute 10 on the clock.
Yeah, they're not going to have a whole lot of room to use them. Blizzard, I don't think made it out. Nano is there. Let's Play Revo has a chance, but it's just got a hammer in their back at the moment. Overwhelming odds, and they cannot keep their toes on the objective as they get forced off by ICL. 60 seconds on the clock here for NBF. 3 points on the board.
That was impressive once again. They understood their win cons going into these fights. And, I mean, Revo really did put the team on their back. But sometimes, you know, the work wasn't there. And they got so much done. But I think on the back of it, I think right now Wazzy in this Kitiko has really negated a lot of the combos that you are used to being set up here and we've seen, you know, how it works. Once they do have their opportunity to go in, they're getting full value. But Wazzy really has been a standout here for this Black Flame Gold team, Jeff. And I think that's going to have to be. I think it's going to have to be one of their first looks at where they're going to get an assassination. It's taking the Kiriko out of play.
Perhaps. Trying to think about, like, how would you do that? Kiriko is just so hard to pounce on. Particularly if you have a Lucio there to bail him out, and you got a Bastion to get around. Getting on that Kiriko is gonna be really tough, even with a Wrecking Wall.
I mean, you've got, you know, kind of, you know, you got one sniper, one shot potential there. You've got Shottle showing us the Sojourn. I haven't seen Sojourn for quite some time now. So we're going to see how they're actually going to use the Canadian, going into this next fight. I mean, you know, they might have been anticipating this Bastion movement. I mean, Dyer is going to have to really be the focal point for this Hanzo to take care of that.
Yeah, Hanzo's really good against Bastion, as a matter of fact. Just consistent long-range damage. A battle for a corner here for the moment. How do Kennesaw State get an opening onto the Bastion of Wexos and into this back line? Can they stop Wazzy on this Kiriko? Can they stop this defense?
Well, Asura actually has their own Kiriko out here now. So, you know what? Immediate value there from the Suzu will get them back in this fight.
So far, Kennesaw State haven't put any significant pressure into the courtyard just yet. Shottle's trying to work around from the inside, see if they can find an off angle. But right now, NDF are covering it very well.
I mean, holding the corner right here, I mean, this is one of the strongest corners in all of Overwatch. Yeah, the grenade there didn't find what you wanted there, Wexus.
Sentry Form, though, just mows through Dyer. And the shield of Let's Play Revo is in trouble too, which means they had to kind of back off. And Kennesaw State, still, they just don't have the cooldowns to force this open just yet.
I mean, Dyer going over to their own Bastion, so now they've lost all that ult charge. Now you're also lost the long-range threat to take care of Wexos on this Bastion. So forcing swaps out of the 4-0 team.
Oh, Let's Play Revo. Ooh, somehow survives through that. Good job from the supports of Kennesaw. Dragons are out here. Radamar somehow gets caught in that. That can't happen. Especially not when you just threw out Kitsune Rush. That can't happen.
Aye. Okay, well, Shatter. 4 ultimates ready to go here for MBF. MBF. So, I mean, they're looking strong. Sound Barrier is going to be ready to go here for Kennesaw State. It's going to have to answer the Wazi Kitsune Rush coming through.
Yeah, I mean, this MBF has the tools to full hold here. They just need to play this patient and match on ults. I mean, and getting early picks like this one on the Shottle doesn't hurt either. You're winning fights without having to spend anything. Wexos is going to go ahead and invest the artillery strike here and just try to clear up some high ground. Does force Kennesaw back, but doesn't find any picks.
Well, it does whittle that shield down, though. And, I mean, you're going to have to wait a few seconds here to be able to re-engage once you get back up to 1,200. But, I mean, they're looking for Shadow right now.
Yeah, able to find the Bastion with it, but the sound barrier is there, and Wexos has plenty of health. Not feeling threatened at all, and now there's another set of dragons coming through from Kingsley. Let's Play Revo has no safety, nowhere to hide. Niner Esports, Black Flame Gold have locked down Point A Rialto.
50 seconds on the clock here. Still the Kitsune Rush ready to go. Overclock, ready to go. Artillery strike almost there for Dyer.
Try to look to the high ground. Has that ultimate. Maybe the overclock from the high ground could be the ticket. Try to bust this defense. Or to stop what NDF are doing. Stop their hold here. You got to do something. I see how it's a bio nade. Kitsune Rush out from the defense, but Wazzy is going to fall. Nano onto, I believe that was onto Revo, and it's Dyer who actually gets the work done. The overclock from the high ground was just a red herring.
Well, I mean, you get the value out of it. And, I mean, that's basically what I could say there. They had to invest heavily into that fight. And now they're at 4.3 seconds. I mean, the touch is not going to be able to come. Well, somebody's on the point. So, I mean, they still have time to get in there and, you know, stop this where it stands.
No supports here for NBF, though. This should be a pretty convincing cleanup. And another 2 minutes and 30 seconds added to the clock here for Kennesaw State.
Well, it's all going to be about positioning now for Kennesaw State. They're going to have to go and claim so much of this forward pressure here. Just leave your support on the line. Take your Lucio up there. Let Ana heal from the back. Asura swapping back to the Ana, their favored support hero here. I mean, you're coming into 3 ultimates here from NBF. They can hold at their leisure. 2 minutes and 5 seconds here left as we approach Archway here on point 2.
Battle for high ground. We got 3 owls on the cart to the split with the Rhino and the Bastion here on the high ground fighting for the stairs. They need to be careful. They do have an escape route. They can just drop down. 97 to Shatter. Nice, meaty fire strike right there. Rev goes all the way off the top. Wanted to take someone with him. Sentry form out from Wexos. And just got to force Kennesaw back onto this corner. Shatter goes into the back, only finds one. Wazzy able to get behind the wall. And the counter Shatter is good here from Icy Owl. NBF. Put a stop here on the corner. A minute of that 2:30 gone.
Well, but I mean, just investing only the Shatter. Well, yeah, only investing the Shatter there from NBF really does
Shatter
lean.
Dragons.
Yeah, the Dragons were kind of a throwaway, just more of a zone than a killing ultimate, and I like what I saw there. But, you know, they still have the sound barrier. They're going to have the Kitsune Rush once again coming through. So, I mean, definitely looking in their favor. I want to see where Asura goes once again. They've really targeted out Revo here on this Nano engagement.
Yep, and there it is. Woo! Artillery strike gets 2. Nano Reinhardt does the rest.
Well, there's the gong. Sound barrier was put out there from Niners Esports, and they, you know what? I think they're going to go ahead and count their losses here and see what they can get out of this. Well, they might decide they want to take back down. They're going to go ahead and hold here. They know that they've got the time bank in their favor. Exactly a minute on the clock here. So, you know what? 3 on the cart, pushing through. 150 on the clock. They've got to make their stand here. Otherwise, this is going to be a very dangerous situation for them.
Seeing rush out. Let's play Rainbow. Can't get out of there. It's just an artillery strike, kind of a cherry on top as NBF emerge back on point B to pursue what's left of Kennesaw State.
Well, I mean, that's a great push-up coming from ICL, taking the full advantage of that. Yeah, they get an anti in their back for their troubles. But, I mean, Kennesaw State, other than this overclock, they've got nothing to deal with, nothing really to push forward with. So it's going to come on Revo to claim the space that they need. And then, you know, maybe look at an off angle here with this overclock.
Oh, that's a nasty shatter. Revo dies immediately. There does get Icy Owl back, so a bit of a revenge kill. And there's no Reinhardt standing on this battlefield. Shot a little bit around the outside. Overclock is popped. That's 2 down. Wexels is gone. Eyes now set on to Wazi, who's about 25% health, but they save themselves, and the triple kill comes out with the Dragon Strike.
Oh, GG's. I mean, other than the shatter coming through, well, you know what? I say GG's. Kennesaw actually has 3 ultimates coming up online here. Dyer with a couple of good shots from the turret form should be able to build up to the rest of that. So actually, there's an opportunity here for Kennesaw State. They're going to be below the time bank of Niner Esports, but you know what? They can still capture here and see what they get.
Yeah, I mean, this is escort. So if they finish, everybody gets a chance to attack an extra innings. There's, you know, you don't have just the draw option. Nice shatter into the back. That finds 2. Swing it down. Suzu comes up. Only 1 kill all off the back of that 2-player shatter. Nano boost, sound barrier, everything in the kitchen sink invested here from Kennesaw State as they try to push forward. Most support ults used. They don't really get a whole lot for it. Final Day lands on to Big Puffins, and that's it. Big Puffins is able to stay alive. Eventually, Shuttle and Revo able to work through the resources. Kennesaw State aren't done.
They are not done. I mean, they've only got about, what, 10 meters here to go. Wazi might be able to build up. Nope! Revo says nay. So, 2 minutes to 1 minute here. And I think that, you know, just the time to build ultimates definitely going to be in favor of NBF here in our extra innings. And Kennesaw State, I mean, you've got to maximize as much as you can. We saw the shatters from Revo. Once again, big impact plays coming through from them. I just don't know if the follow-up has been necessarily there on the back of it once he lays these massive shatters down.
And Kingsley continues to give problems to Kennesaw State. Kingsley's finding opening picks on this. Hanzo, I mean, we saw a 3K Dragon Strike. When's the last time you saw a 3K Dragon Strike, Billy? You
I
never
don't
see
know.
that anymore. That is, I mean, Kingsley is just finding the perfect placement on the ultimates, on the shots, on their positioning. Kingsley has been on what is not really a meta pick, been incredibly impactful here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see, you know, a soldier come out. We'll see a Cassidy come out. But the archer, you know, in the right hands can get a lot of work done. Shout out to Arga, the Norwegian streamer that plays nothing but Hanzo. Shows us how you can get, you know, into top 500 with a Hanzo right now. But I mean, just the work, the recon, the understanding of the comp, and, you know, the lethality that we've seen time and time again has really worked in their favor.
MBF can use it here. Put them on match point against a team that on paper would heavily be favored. Remember, MBF 1-4 coming into this against a 4-0 squad, and right now looking like the stronger team.
Yep, and we'll see how this is actually going to work through here. I mean, Revo getting bolstered up and big anti comes through.
Asura just doing ridiculous amounts of work to keep Revo up through that engagement. Finally, Big Puffins is able to get that final blow in. MDF will start this first attack. 20 seconds.
Well, that is unfortunate, and we do see Shuttle swapping over to the Cassidy now. They know exactly where he's at because of that Sonic arrow. That's the beauty, also the beauty of the Hanzo. So, well, we're going to see Bastion v. Bastion. We're going to see Kingsley almost has this Dragon Strike up BT dubs.
Now you're just trying to make something happen here, working an off angle, but can't really get it done. The Dragons are right over the objective during overtime. Just a nasty spot. It's going to be Revo getting the nano boost once again. ICL goes down low. The final touch of that swing clips Wexos, and they're out of there. Looking for some good cleave. That Fire Strike will pick up too. And Kennesaw State, well, they found new life here in overtime.
Asura, once again, has just been dominating on this Hana. And I said that we really need to see the Kiriko come out. Well, you know what? Maybe I was just wrong. Maybe I was just wrong there, Jeff. That's going to be 4 points on the board.
Oh, Asura's Ana has been phenomenal. Weaving in the Bionades alone has had such a big impact. And then I think I mentioned last match. Feels like they've got nano boost every fight. We've seen Revo nano boosted so many of these engagements. Now has a shatter as they approach this very difficult corner.
Well,
Patiently waiting to use it. First shatter gets blocked from IC. The Revos gets through, manages to find one. Wazzy down low, IC Owl down low. And there's a sound barrier just in the nick of time from Big Puffins. A second sound barrier, a later sound barrier, a fight-winning sound barrier for NBF to try to stop this cart. But holy cow, Kennesaw State got a lot of work done with a mere 60 seconds.
I mean, that's just beautiful from them. And they get the full value out of it. And I think that sound barrier was the only thing that kept Niner Esports in that. Otherwise, we were looking at probably 5 points on the board, Jeff. So, you know, for Big Puffins, wonderful usage of that ultimate coming through. And, well, now it's time for what we're going to see from NBF. We know that Kingsley loves his Hanzo. And getting early vision about where Kennesaw State is going to be setting up is going to be imperative to their push here. By the way, I love this statue. I've always loved this statue. It is one of the most beautiful statues in the game. Just such a work of art. Personally, it's my favorite statue in the entire game. Thank you for the beautiful, beautiful spinning panoramic view.
I wonder who that is. I wonder if we know who that is. A lot of the statues in the game, like there's ties into the lore. They're people that have an impact,
right?
You know, of something in the universe of Overwatch. And this is one of the only statues in the game that I have no idea who that is.
I mean, we're in Italy. I mean, could it be like the modern form of Athena? I don't know. It's a personal thought of mine.
Yeah. They're back over to the Bastion here, Kennesaw State. Seeing if they can hold off a superior time bank and put themselves, give the Owls match point over the Niner Esports Black Flame Gold.
I mean, this is the breaking point here, isn't it, Jeff? This is where the rubber's going to meet the road. Somebody's going to be facing match point here, and you know what? Niner Esports, they want to get themselves back in this series. They took it on the chin there on King's Row.
But the only thing we're certain of is this will not be a draw. Oh, look at that. Bit of deja vu. Kingsley finding first blood against Shottle. This has been a tale as old as time, or at least as old as the series. As Kingsley gets the +1 to NBF, and now they start just marching into the courtyard here of point A. Ooh, that pin got booped back, a bit awkward, but able to get the kill on a Let's Play Revo. Anyway, you slice it. NBF with a good first fight.
Well, I mean, the wall's gone too, so now this is going to be a free point here. There's no chance for them to recontest. Even if you speed in, it's just a suicide mission going in. So get your second point set up. 60 seconds left here, BT Dubs. Going into this next fight, Shatter's pretty even right now. The big difference is that both the Dragon Strike is going to be available to Kingsley, but Dire is actually going to have this. Yeah, they're going to have their artillery strike coming back in response.
The artillery strike just come right in front of the Opera House here. And it's put Icy Owl very, very low. They got it bionated as well and just have to back all the way up. A great disengage here from NBF.
Well, I mean, sound barriers are going to be coming up here. The big thing is that we've seen Asura really get the work done on this Ana all series long. And really, this is what we need to see from them. We need to see a great engage coming in on Revo, being able to push in and get on top of Icy Out. That's going to be the only way they win this map.
There's the rush up from the defense. There's the Nano. There's the Shatter. Shatter's going to fly 3. Sound barrier from both of our squads. And it's getting messy here in overtime right in front of the box of victory. And it's lighting up Revo as the Reinhardt cleaves through 2 members of the defense. Dyer is going to find Kingsley on the outside. And this is Kennesaw Academy overcoming a time-based deficit. And they are going to put Black Flame in their place. Cool them off a little bit. As Kennesaw State wins map 3, they are the ones moving up to match point.
What a series we have on our hands here. I mean, we were not expecting this based upon just the records coming in. And Revo really takes advantage of all these nanos, goes absolutely ham, and just goes in and swings. I mean, this is a Reinhardt that you want to have on your team. WM1 all the way in, and just has their way with the NBF squad. But telling you what, NBF right now, they're absolutely impressing me right now. I think they got it in them to come back here in map number 4.
I mean, yeah, to be a fool to count them out at this point. They had the better time make here on Rialto, had a lot of good stuff going on. And this Reinhardt matchup has been a joy to watch. Revo has had their fair share of huge, impactful plays, but Icy Owl's been popping off as well.
I mean, remember, we started off with the Zarya mirror on Control Center, way back on Lijiang, and now we are just really leaned into this Rhine v. Rhine mirror, and I just love it. I love it. It makes my heart sing, and the shatters have been fat from both sides.
Icy Owl with a good return shatter in that clip. It really goes back to a serve for me. The nanos of the Ana has been so impactful. And then I say that, and there's a clip of Wazi on screen blocking a 4-player shatter with a Suzu. So it's, I mean, woof, both of our flex supports players have been spectacular. Absolutely top tier here today.
I mean, chef's kiss for me. I mean, just mwah. I love it. Can you say that once again? I didn't quite hear that.
I think we're ready to take a look at where we're headed for map 4? Question mark?
Okay.
No,
looks like it's going to be
We are
Colosseo.
not. Okay. Okay.
Looks like we're going to go to Colosseo
Wait,
next.
way to jump the gun, Billy. Way to jump the gun.
Hey, I'm looking at my
getting ahead of
screen here
things.
and seeing what I got, and it looks like it is going to be.
You're getting ahead of things. You're getting ahead of
I
the
always
graphics people
do.
here.
I always do. Stop yelling at me, jeez.
Tisk.
But hey, we're staying in Italy, so no jet lag here.
Oh yeah, I guess that's fair. That's fair. We're just like it's a little bus ride.
Yeah.
A short little ferry from
Yeah,
Rialto to Colosseo.
I mean, if you're thinking Rialto's up in Venice, then the flight to Rome, what about maybe 45 minutes to an hour as the crow flies. So, I mean, no jet lag though. You might have to do a little hopper flight, but
that would
still.
be a cool train ride. Rialto to Rome, I think would be a really cool train ride.
Right? I mean, I did not get a chance to visit Italy when I was in the service. So one of my goals here once once we start traveling the world again. Rome and Venice are on my list, but Colosseo is our next map coming up here. And like I said, you know, this Rhine matchup going between these two, they are having their day right now in the sun. And Colosseo, I mean, for a Reinhardt, can be a playground. It can also be a fit to be able to get through here. And I tell you what, this is going to be a lot of fun for all sides involved. Kennesaw State Academy is on match point here, so we're going to see who's going to win out here. Wazi versus Asura has been the second billing here for us. The Kiriko versus the Ana, and it has been just a damn entertaining series all the way around, Jeff.
Truly has. Can't argue that. Yeah, and it's very difficult to say who's got the edge of our little matchups, whether you're talking our flex support matchup between Asura and Wazi, or you're talking our tank matchup between Let's Play Revo and ICL. Either way, it feels like it's neck and neck. It feels like it is just still too close to call, and NBF absolutely have the chops to bring this back here, map 4, send us to that deciding map 5.
Well, I mean, we're going to keep the Bastion mirror going on as well. So, shield management is going to really come into play here, Jeff. I think that's going to be a tertiary focus for us here is Revo and Icy Owl's shields going up against the turret forms of Dyer and Wexos respectively. The other big thing right now, we said that we might see it on defense. Well, we're going to see it on Colosseo. Big Puffins coming out on the Zenyatta.
This could make life difficult here. Kennesaw State, nevertheless, still have the more aggressive positioning so far. As you can see, they've been inching their way up through the archway, or just the arches here in our neutral point of Colosseo. A little bit of back and forth. Bionade lands on the Icy Owl. Just prevents them from getting too aggressive here early in this fight. 45 seconds in. Nobody with a real advantage just yet. Both teams need to back up and heal up. Ooh, Exos doesn't get it.
Yep, that's going to be advantage into KSA here, moving in on top of NBF. And yeah, look at this on the back line here. Oh no, nobody sees Shottle, and Shottle's just getting all the work done.
Yeah, that's a nice little shot. Woo, couple of nice kills there at the end for Shottle.
So it'll be WinCon here,
Assassin
right?
made.
Assassin made. I mean, WinCon here right now for these two teams is whose Bastion is going to go down first, because that then takes a lot of the pressure off of the shield of the Reinhardt. So that's what I'm looking at right now. That's our tertiary battle. The Bastion, and the shield management is going to be really stellar here for both teams.
Sentry form used first from Dyer. All right, that's been expended. So it should be an advantage here to NBF. Shatter is now online. Kingsley has dragons to boot. NBF push in, find the opening, throw down the Shatter. Dyer's able to get back into Sentry form, though. Sound barrier up. Let's play Revo. Oh, survived on one hole for so long. Eventually does get taken down. Artillery strike. Trying to get pounced on by Kingsley as they saw a moment of vulnerability and will find that kill. Kingsley has worked their way into the back line. Ooh, Asura, though. A nice sleep says you're not going to be able to take me down that easy.
No, but I mean, can they get back? Yes, they can. Nice little taxi service there from Radomir. Gets them back into the healing arms and safety behind the shield of Revo. Now, Shatter and Blizzard ready to go.
Fight around the corner. Anubis online for Big Puffin. Both support ults online, as a matter of fact, here for NBF. Shottle got the Blizzard out as a dying wish, but with the Dragons up, I don't know that Kennesaw State are going to be able to capitalize on this. ICL will fall, and Big Puffins actually dies from the Blizzard itself, so NBF indeed do have to beat a retreat.
Oh man, I mean, they're starting to push forward with some impetus here as well. So, I mean, look at what kind of space they're going to be able to take here. Shatter up once again, and Asura. I'm looking for this nano once again onto Revo, and we'll see what Big Puffins does with theirs.
Underneath. ICL's going to go ahead and drop. Artillery strike coming out. Shatter finds 2 from Let's Play Revo. They're able to get kills onto both of the supports. So despite losing Let's Play Revo and Dyer, there's no supports left standing here for NBF. And Kennesaw State could still work through these health pools. Respawns are going to favor the Owls, though. And I'm curious to see when NBF backs off or if they force more resources like that Earth Shatter out of ICL.
But they also forced out the, well, we saw Astra actually invest the Nano onto their May, and, well, really helped them withstand that push coming through.
Yeah, no, NBF have never really won this fight. The bot has not moved, and now Let's Play Revo is back. Throws down a big fire strike, and ICL has finished off as well somehow or another. NBF completely fumbled the bag here with a big advantage.
Well, I mean, they're just looking at Kitsune Rush here now, and the Dragon Strike coming up here for Kingsley. We've seen them get multiple players out from them, but I mean, 70 meters and counting as we're approaching the halfway point here. This is going to be really at the stand that they make their turn.
Scout, 3 players are there. Dragon Strike is out. Oh, Radomir had nowhere to go. Kingsley now on the flank of Shottle will land the storm arrows right into the ear. That had to hurt. And finally, Kennesaw State is chased out. What a sleep.
Asura has been absolutely bonkers all day on this and I'm liking to see that we have this mirror going across, you know, the Bastion, the Reinhardt, and now the Ana. Things that we don't normally see here in Overwatch 2, especially on push.
That's been nice seeing the Ana in particular. Let's go Revo try to speed in, but took a lot of damage from the Bastion, just had to back up, and it just kind of baited in into a Blizzard NBF walk. And Kennesaw State win a very important fight here. They're going to unlock these spawns once again.
Yep, and I mean, 84 meters is a pretty good indication of where we're standing right now. I think that if you get above 100 meters here, you can just take fights at your leisure. You don't have to take every single engagement and push for more payload progress. So that's a big mark here for them to get to the 100 mark.
Well, they're at 95 and counting. Gunner goes down, Nano Boost on Let's Play Revo as well. Tried to work through a Nano on the other side. ICL just ignores it. Wexo shoots him in the back. What a play from NBF. As ICL diverts the attention, and Wexos is able to clean up.
Well, I mean, and the ice block there from Shottle actually prevents the retreat from Revo. So, I mean, you know you're screaming at your main player, why? Because there was nowhere for poor Revo to go. So now they're going to have to come back, you know, and give up a little bit of space, give up a little bit of meterage.
And it's going to lose the close spawn points here for Kennesaw by giving up that meterage. Let's get SUNY Rush. It's going to be big. It's going to be early wall and an early Sentry Form used. Oh, but ICL can't survive. It was an all-in investment here from Kennesaw State. But they are seeing the ROI as Rexos gets charged by Let's Play Revo.
Oh, man, this is just systematic picking out of these players. And, I mean, Wazzy, once again, just getting so much work done. But, I mean, they're looking for the kills. They're going to find the kill there. And that is a huge stagger coming through for Kennesaw State. And they're back to these forward spawns once again, Jeff. And, I mean, Artillery Strike and Sound Barrier online. Muffins, or Big Puffins, going back over to the Lucio.
Shatter gets blocked. Dyer is able to finish off ICL. That was just way too much damage. ICL, I think, was feeling a little panicked and like they had to make a play, had to try and do something. But it goes in Kennesaw State's favor. Now they are well past that 100-meter mark that you highlighted earlier.
Well, Big Puffins now showing us the Moira, so you're looking for burst damage. You're looking to build a coalescence and push back. 2:30 on the clock here. The Nanos and the Sound Barrier both ready for Kennesaw.
So they rush up for MBF. Lionade lands on the Icy Owl wall at their back. They're trying to squeeze around it and see if they can find some healing through the other side of that little barricade. It's there, but Shatter makes it past the shield into the back line to find both of those supports. The Nano Boost was used amidst this chaos as well. Let's Play Revo is eventually finished off. But this is just Kennesaw State just eating up this clock, living in every second.
I mean, this is good.
And now getting more kills.
Yep, they're getting more kills. They've got Blizzard online. I mean, this is all about place taking right now. 2 meters to go. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to touch. Yep, this should be doing it.
Yeah, this is a cap. Blizzard should just keep everybody away or allow for easy picks on the point. And now the bot is just a couple of centimeters away. The Shatter will not even hit the ground. Only thing hitting the ground are the bodies of NBF Gold. Kennesaw State walk confidently into a 4th map win. And despite some troubles, it was not clean. It was not easy. Kennesaw State get the job done anyways.
I mean, the work has been done. There's the Overwatch Hanzo intro there. I love it. Kingsley had a real standout performance here for this NBF squad, but at the end of the day, just the coordination. Asura was one of my MVPs of this match. The Ana play was absolutely phenomenal. Even going up against a Kiriko with the cleanse available. They had a fantastic match here, and Kennesaw State go to 5-0 on the season.
Yeah, I echo that. I think Asura would be my player of the match as well. So there you go. To take a look back, a trip through memory lane here at how Kennesaw State got this 3-1 victory. Starting us off on Lijiang Tower with that Zarya matchup that we so rarely get to see these days.
King's Row was beautiful, though. King's Row was everything that I wanted to be and more. When we saw it go to extra innings, we saw both teams capture first point. There's the swerve and shatter coming from Revo. Had a really good day on the Reinhardt. I mean, Iciao had a damn good day on the German Crusader as well, my friend.
That swerve and shatter, that may be my favorite play of the day so far. When you remember that one, you may be seeing that one on a highlight video here for the week. I'm just saying, friends. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
that was so good. That was so good.
I mean, our previous series had a Reinhardt shatter that I would want to see in that too. We've had some great Reinhardt play all day long, and I mean, look at the Suzu, look at everything going in. These teams fought neck and neck. I mean, this was not a typical 3-1 win by any means. This was a fantastic series coming from all four of our teams that we've seen today, but I mean, especially this one. And 1-4 team comes in here and pushes a 4-0 team to the brink. And has a wonderful time at it, and really, they got to be holding their heads high. I'm going to be sending them a message after this game is done for both squads. This was a hell of a matchup.
Well, I hope you're having a wonderful time as well, my friends. We're going to keep the good times moving, as we do have one more match coming up at you. We're going to be welcoming in Soev and Juggle God here into the booth as they will escort you through our third and final match of the night. That's coming up here after a short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to more Overwatch 2 here at NECC. We're going to round things out for the evening here with match number 3. My name is Warren Jungle God Hammond, and joined as always by Sohav Danom. How you doing tonight?
It's a beautiful night. That last game was a bit wild, so I'm expecting similar out of this, just given the excitement we've seen here at NECC tonight. And we've got the Milwaukee School of Engineering and the Colorado Mesa University rounding out the match for tonight. And on paper, this looks like it probably should go one way, but I do think that given the things we've seen today out of these teams across the board, anything's possible.
Yeah, that's certainly true. It's going to be the Milwaukee School of Engineering that has the better record at the moment in this Champions Pacific Frontier Division, and let's take a moment to just take a peek at the roster. They are sitting at 3-2 right now, and our starting players tonight are going to be Endorsey, Shattered Axe, Corgi, Aiden, and Rattler. So this is a team that really loves their brawl or dive, and recently at least they've been running a lot of Ball, Kiriko, Tracer. So expecting to see some of that tonight. And let's take a moment now and take a peek over at Colorado Mesa University.
Colorado Mesa is bringing Absent, Badger, Headhunter, Beagle, and Noli. And the other part to a lot of this, while we were kind of looking at it, is that a lot of these players coming in here are the older players. They are the players that have seen a lot of the playtime, have been here for previous splits. But Beagle in particular and Noli are two freshmen coming into this, so both undeclared. So these are fresh picks. This might be partially what has been part of their struggle with their 1-5 record. When you're bringing in newer team, and they brought in quite a few freshman members, it can be a little bit of a struggle to integrate. So this is, at this point, given their rating, their ranking, just a little bit of time to kind of use, get everybody in, get the program rolling, and build for the future.
Yeah, for sure. And I do have to say, Noli is definitely one of the players that I'm going to have my eyes on tonight. They've been, he's done a fantastic job for the school so far, even coming in as a freshman. The other person I've really got my eyes on is going to be Badger, the DPS player from CMU. Now, they're sitting at a 1-5 record tonight, so they're really hoping they can come away with a win here, improve their chances of placing higher in this division. And in addition, they prefer to play kind of a poke style comp. So we're going to have a clash of styles here tonight with this game, which I think is going to be just very fascinating to watch.
Yeah, and given we're in Champions right now, those kinds of stylistic choices of play and preference really do make a difference once you get into game and once you start seeing what's unfold, because the rock, paper, scissors from comps don't really exist as strongly as we know them, but it still does matter, and especially going into Lijiang, where you really can kind of manipulate the map space of of various sizes. Control room is typically, big brawl spaces. Night market can be very wide. You can run those ball comps. This is really going to come down to the comfort level of the team on their comps of choice here.
It certainly will, and, like we said earlier, CMU, Colorado Mesa University, they really like that poke comp, right? That is one of their favorites, but they're a very flexible team, too, right? They can run out on a brawl, they can run out on a dive composition, so I think for them, as we head into Lijiang Tower, it's going to be a question of, how comfortable do they feel on these other compositions that might not be their favorite, but they're still capable of running, right? They still have a good brawl, they still have a good dive composition.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to make the difference here as we go into it. It's just quite honestly going to be who's a little bit more preferred in their comps and who can enable and find their carries a little bit quicker here. Given that control map is pretty constantly an outlier, we're going to have to get our first looks and really kind of decide it. MSOE, MSO Red, is looking at a brawl comp featuring Torbjorn. I mean, that's just a lot of tank. The double builder comp, I don't know if they'll stay on the sim. Usually you used to, but they may not. But that double builder comp is very tanky and just puts imagine just having a 7th, 8th, and 9th man on the field sometimes does a lot of damage. CMU on the other side, they are playing a similar brawl comp, but it's the old story of the Rhine versus the Junker Queen. And these two comps are going to play a little bit differently. So I'm really watching these frontline tanks here just between the two of them, because swaps will probably come in once they see what's on the other side, just simply based on the tank lines alone.
Going to be a quick TP to point from MSOE, which we expected. Rattler finds Badger almost immediately. Almost takes Junker Queen off the map as well. MSOE in firm control of the point, and that double builder composition really did a lot of work there, and that's one too that's just going to get stronger the longer the fight goes on.
Yeah, and especially now that they've dug in and they can really pressure it out, it's going to be so difficult to push into them. It's going to require some sneaky play from Badger in that back line. Not only just getting past the Torb turret, but also the additional turrets really is going to require this brawl comp from the Junker Queen side to slow it down. They'll give it the Torb, go to a bit.
Right now, they're just holding on strong to choke as Colorado Mesa University coming back in now. A little bit of chip damage being exchanged, but Rattler's shield is getting kind of low, so either the fight's going to have to end quick with a couple of picks here, or MSOE going to have to back up, but that is not what they have planned. They are going in, guns a-blazing, hammer a-blazing, the kill feed a-blazing with CMU Maroon. Oh, and it appears that Soap Danum has actually disconnected for a second, so I'm going to hold things down while we get him back in. It's a very early pick. There's going to be a window to try and help Rattler stabilize here as CMU Maroon came back out with a vengeance after getting take it down. 60% on the board here. Now the Photon Barrier has expired. It's going to be up to the Shatter from Rattler, but Beagle's got a Coalescence, and if they can keep that up, get that out, then that could be a big deal. But the Shatter's going to land on 2 players. Beagle does get the Coalescence out, so nobody's going to fall this time. Corgi has the Molten Core ready to go as well, so as soon as CMU Maroon tries to push in, it's going to be difficult for them. Absent does find Aiden, though, so that's a huge pick. A big source of the heals are down, and Shattered Axe does not have the Sound Barrier ready to go. They just now get it, but Corgi with a 3K Molten Core takes things into their own hands, and there's just going to be a couple staggers here, but this first sub-map is going to go the way of MSOE.
That is a huge core to come back to. Yeah, that is a well-dominated map from MSOE, really. Though I missed a little bit of it, it kind of seems to be played out as I kind of imagined it was, just given the fact that they got dug into there so quickly. It really did quite a bit of work, this double builder comp. I don't see a reason even to change it necessarily here. They may bring in the Junkrat, but all things considered, that MSOE comp is just so strong. Hard to really find anybody to target and really get value out of. So MCU Maroon really has to try to play a lot more of a bursty comp, especially out of this Orisa. They really need to find something, and they will bring in the Junkrat to do so. This looks like a good comp out of CMU Maroon, just to kind of give themselves the ability to poke a little bit of a distance from this death ball without getting too punished for trying to complete a kill.
And it's going to be the Death Ball taking control of the high ground and kind of the point in general first. Rattler actually pushing up enormously aggressively. Going to get stuck by Cassidy. Shield going down low. Got about a third of it left now. They're going to have to play things careful here, but careful does not appear to be in Rattler's vocabulary. They keep on pushing. Immortality Field has to be used now by Aiden. Absent going to try and push onto point. They touch the point, keep it from switching over for just a moment, but it's not going to be long enough. Absent, she's still trying to find a way to push in, but not going to find it as Dorsey takes them out of the equation, finds Noli as well, and that's going to be the point 1 for MSOE Red.
It is really difficult, admittingly, to get past this comp. They are just faster than you between this hyper rush with the teleport and Lucio, and then just the tankiness and the extra damage in the crossfires. It's just so much to deal with. They already have both DPS ultimates up, and we saw how damaging Corgi's Molten Cores was, so this is going to be a very, very difficult just opening to break through. I'm going to look to Noli here with this nano to find some value.
Comes the Molten Core now from Corti to try and keep them from pushing full through. Noli has committed the nano boost to Absent. That keeps her alive for a little while, but not even long enough to get through this initial choke here. Milwaukee School of Engineering has a chokehold on this point right now.
I mean, that's a pretty desperate high noon also, just to try to get some value and push themselves out of spawn. I mean, now MSO Red, they have Sound Barrier, they have Shatter up. They should look really strong. They just need to avoid Headhunter's Tire, and that should be well within their grasp to continue to hold.
Absent pushing in with reckless abandon, says the turret's not my problem, y'all deal with it. Right now, Rattler has to deal with an anti-nade, though. That's going to take him fairly low, and the Riptire does the rest. Valkyrie now here from Beagle as well to try and keep their team up. Give him a little more staying power. The point will be flipped. Shattered X trying to turn things back around with a sound barrier. Mortality field a little bit late from Aiden Hulk to save their compatriot. They're going to back off.
CMU does have they managed to start building this pressure, but the problem is now they need to keep an eye on this death ball. The positioning of this death ball is going to be so important, just given that they can teleport into your back line and get on Noli really quick. They need to use these ultimates to really preempt this.
That was a fantastic fortify coming out from Absent. Badger does get knocked down, but they pop right back up. Use the Deadeye. There's going to be a big Terra Surge, but kills don't go their way. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1. A lot of damage being thrown in now by Headhunter from the high ground. See if they can just work on that Reinhardt shield. But Reinhardt gonna try take them out immediately. They've recognized their biggest threat. Rattler says, I don't want to have to deal with you. Here comes a big photon barrier, though, to try and keep Milwaukee School of Engineering in this fight. Rattler recharging their shield. Everybody from CMU Maroon has to back off. Absent tries to push back on, but she's not going to fight anything this time around.
Unfortunately, the Reinhardt Hammer will swing and probably cleave 1 or 2 on the way out. Rattler just needs to not get punished here, especially considering that there are multiple ults up on the side of CMU Maroon, and they are ready to push back now, given that they found an opening. But, I mean, they're committing everything here, Juggle. They know they have to get here. I don't think anybody made it, though, in time.
Oh, the Valking Mercy was so close.
Really
but you're
close.
right. In the end, MSOE Red going to take this first map and take it in style.
It was a very good read from them just to recognize, look, we have a really strong comp. Like, look, we are very good at this double builder comp. We understand where we need to put our turrets. We understand where we need to set up this crossfire and control this space. And, I mean, if that is a picture of what's to come out of this MSOE Red squad, this is going to be a very, very tough nut to crack. It's going to require a lot of different tools that maybe some of these teams haven't built up. It's going to require a lot of long range and playing away to it, because as we watched CMU try to break this just through sheer force alone, it really wasn't enough. Like, you can just see how aggressively this ball moved, how they enabled Rattler to really take and hold the space, and then eventually did get punished, but on the whole, just did really prepare to keep this team surviving and in their best shape for a lot of this. It does help that they have a lot of tankiness to them, so just a great read out of this initial match.
It certainly was, and you know, we talked a little bit about before about how CMU Red, or CMU Maroon rather, that's a team that really wants to run these poke compositions, right? They're flexible, they can run the others, but you mentioned a moment ago, right, trying to get picks from a distance. Well, that is exactly what CMU wants to do here. So I'm anticipating we're going to see a map pick that's going to lead them in that direction. You know, not necessarily saying Circuit Royale, but something Circuit Royale-esque.
Yeah, I don't hate Circuit Royale even, especially because, like you said, it does give you that. My concern now becomes, even when you run like a ball comp, even when you run a poke comp, what do you do if they do choose to stay on this double builder? That's so many ways to just keep an eye and check on tracers, balls, sombras, all these different things that it does kind of make your job harder to play into this. So poke comps can work, but it is going to really I'm going to expect the work to come through from the DPS line, as opposed to necessarily like the tank line, or from the supports really putting in a lot of work. I do think the one thing that might help going into versus this brawl comp is just being able to position a little bit better. We saw a lot of kind of run it down mid. We saw kind of a lot of forcing it, and sometimes you can force it, sometimes you can kind of break the ball, that kind of death ball comp head on, but it really is unfortunately not always the most effective way.
It certainly is, especially when you're going up against a tank like Rattler, right, who's just playing so aggressive. Now, there is a flip side to that, too, right? You can punish some of this over-aggression, right? Yeah, and I feel like Rattler might have bit off a little bit more than they could chew a couple times. Just to get punished for it by CMU Maroon, right? And I'm thinking particularly back to Control Center in that very, very first fight, right? Rattler took just an insanely aggressive position, right? Cut himself off from his healers for a moment or two. But, you know, when you're playing with an aggro tank like Rattler like that, I think as a support line, you know what to expect. So you're ready. You're ready to, have to kind of play hide and seek with your tank a little bit. Make sure that you've got line of sight with them.
Yeah, sometimes a rowdy tank can be a blessing and a curse in some ways because you know that they can get the job done and you know they're going to take the space for you to keep your team supported, but it's going to require you as the backline to really make sure you are on check for it all. So as we go to Blizzard World, yeah, this is a good matchup for a ball, like a poke comp even, especially these initial points where there's those long sight lines. The concern I have going into this again is that with EMSO Red, this is still a really good brawl map, especially if you just say, like, look, this is our point. We have all these turrets in multiple places. Good luck getting on. That is still a really, really tough position to be in. So if that is the case, I really do want to see all these pick pieces come out. I want to see, Widows or Ashes. I want to see Tracers or Sombras, and I want to see Ball or maybe even Ramatra. Like, if you can get Ramatra into position, he can play from that kind of an angle.
That's certainly true, and these are all good ways that they can try and deal with MSO's E's composition, right? But the thing to remember too is that they're going to have they showed the Symmetra already, right? Now it's not a typical pick here on a Blizzard World, but that certainly could help them close the distance and just kind of stay out of those vulnerable rotation spots. Right, that they're gonna be in.
Yeah, but Juggle, like, with how dominant you looked there, I might take that gamble. I might consider that. Instead, they are going to show us something completely different, and that, I think, really speaks to EMSO Red. They are showing us a poke comp of their own, and I think that's a really, really unique take on this defense. It does show me that they want to play all of the map here, and they want to enable Rattler to just go the distance that they want to go and just say, look, well, here's an orb. Have fun out there, champ. Just do your best. And I think that that's a great way, given how this team plays. CMU Maroon, this is kind of what we wanted of them too, right? Like, we're looking at the Diva. This far is a great pick out of Headhunter, and Badger has the ability to find these vulnerable targets from a distance. They may swap this out when they don't see a brawl on the other side, but I do think that these are all great picks given on what they saw out of control.
Especially, honestly, absent on the Diva, right? It's going to give you an edge in that ball head-to-head.
Oh, no.
Head-to-head tank battle. Rattler almost comes away with a boop. It always feels good when you get that one because it's not a sure thing. That's actually a surprisingly tough boop to get. The enemy kind of has to be in the right place at the wrong time, as it were. But yeah, this Rattler's just trying to poke away at everybody right now. Gets a nice dive onto Badger as well, which again, one of kind of the keys here for CMU Maroon. They really want to keep them up. When we see the rest of the team diving back to try and make space, Mercy get the res in, but not going to be able to do that. Badger as well, just going to decide to swap over to the Cassidy, but there's a pick on Endorsey.
Yeah, that's a huge opener. That means that suddenly this is going to get some space. There's a little bit less damage now for Badger, so this Diva pick needs to just buy a moment of space and then push aggressively here. They almost already have a Nano also. So, like, 75, get Noli the rest of that heals, and they can push on this quickly.
Yeah, they certainly can. But Absent being demech'd means they can't push quite as quickly as they wanted. Rattler just kind of playing gatekeeper right now for the point, able to take out Absent with the help of Corgi. It's going to be a nice couple of picks there to finish things off, and MSOE Red, their defense continues to hold strong.
The problem right now for CMU is just that, Rattler is absolutely everywhere. Rattler is just disrupting and disturbing everybody. There's no one that he hasn't gotten in the face of, and his team is enabling it so well. They have Nano up, they'll have Mines, they'll have pretty much everything except for Trance. I mean, if they play aggressively and continue to do so like they should, it should just go their way.
Absent has swapped over to the Junker Queen, though, and that can be a really good counter to Rattler on the Wrecking Ball. So, of course, it all comes down to execution, though. We'll have to remain to see if that will be the case. We see Rattler going in, throwing in a nice zoning minefield there, keeping them away from point as much as they can. Eagle now opting to use the Valkyrie to try and keep their team alive, but Noli gets caught out in a rough position in Hulk, finishing them off. So, without your Ana, without that Nana boost, you're going to have to reset.
Well, the other thing that minefield that was really key was it separated the backline from the front line. So while they didn't also have line of sight, they also were stuck with Rattlers. So using that and winning that fight on only one ult was huge. They have the other ones up, so it's looking good for EMSO Red to just continue to hold, mostly because of that Transcendence there. They can use that for pretty much anything they need to survive this. They should have it off that alone.
But already with a pick onto Badger as well, things are looking good for them.
Yep.
Headhunter goes down low, but going to be picked up by their Mercy Pocket after the res comes in. Dorsey now forced to back away. Doesn't have any blinks left, so unfortunately for them, has to use the recall to make sure they stay out of danger and just to get some health back. And Badger kind of punishes Dorsey for it for that over-aggression. So Rattler now moving in, see if they can turn things around. Corgi just holding on to point with his Molten Core. Gonna be kind of their last line of defense here, so when they touch point, expecting that to cover the ground, make the floor lava, and that's exactly what we are seeing. Absent feels it, gets out of the way. Here comes now the Transcendence from Aiden Hulk to try and keep everyone alive because Shattered Axe is down, and they died with the Nano too. So if you hear from MSOE Red having to work a little harder, but the hold's still going strong. They still have the advantage. Only 30 seconds left to go.
I mean, the positive for MSOE Red is that they now have, I mean, 2 died with ults. They have them for the last fight. There is Rampage, and with Badger falling to the 1 ultimate, that just buys more time. Rampage probably isn't going to hit any good targets that it's going to have. There's not a lot of targets that are really punished by this, so Mine's Nano means this is probably a 1 fight and a good hold for MSO Red.
Ooh, Absent, she takes a lot of damage while trying to go to point. Gonna have to turn this corner. Touches it immediately, but there's a turret behind her dealing a lot of damage. Doesn't quite get the Rampage off.
Oh, dies to Rampage.
Nobody gonna be able to touch. MSOE Red holds a full hold, as a matter of fact, on Blizzard World.
Yeah. Yeah, not a single point to be seen. So, again, a mountainous task ahead of CMU Maroon. But if any time was going to be the moment to do it, it has to be. And I
think we might have lost Soav again. It's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to that point. I was gonna make waiting with bated breath for it. So we'll have to see if he comes back and remembers what he was talking about. But we're gonna swap sides. That's up to CMU Maroon to see if they can hold on strong. Headhunter opting for the Sombra, which I think is a real good pick right now. Try and shut down Rattler as much as you can. Get Hag and Dorsey out of the Deadeye. Because I don't exactly know that they're going to be seeing a Cassidy coming up, but they can be fairly certain that Rattler is going to be using the Wrecking Ball again, as Ball is just so strong here on this map. And Absent, once again on the Diva, again, I like this. You also have the Get Out of Jail Free card, right, with the Self-Destruct. So if Absent, if she can build that up, that could be a real big tool for her to use in these upcoming fights. It definitely speaks to.
I mean, Rattler on that Wrecking Ball has been kind of the story
Brigitte
here.
as well,
and now those resources need to get put into it. Just all things considered.
Yeah, MSOE Red sticking with what they're showing. Oh, Soav, you're back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I'm back. I'm back. You hit most of the things I wanted to cover, which is basically that Rattler needs to get in control. This Rattlesnake needs to get tamed immediately. And, I mean, he's got already this aggressive take and has pressure on the point. So they need to get those resources and those team members onto him ASAP.
Yeah, they certainly do. And you could see Rattler as well just noticed immediately when he went for the Mega that there was a Sombra. Started spy checking for them right off the bat. Now Badger going to try and put some pressure on this ball. The hack comes in as well. That's a lot of damage. Cuts through all the shields, all of the armor as well. 320 on the clock here. Nobody down yet. Rattler eats the business end of a biotic grenade as well. Goes down low, but able to scoot away. The tail tucked between their legs. As much of a tail as a hamster has, I suppose.
I mean, there's a tail there somewhere, but he'll be back quickly. And now with basically a Nano on their side, eventually getting hacked out, that's the great pressure you wanted to see on the Rattler, which means that this hold is looking better and better by the moment for CMU. Now, with that in mind, Nanos are pretty close. Noli is leading the Nano race, though. So if they can build a little bit fast, I say they have it now, so they just need to find a target to apply it onto. It's probably either Badger or Absent, and if they can apply that pressure quickly, they should be able to punish it. They're swapped over to the Rhine now, so this makes this a lot more difficult to poke at.
Yeah, it really does. That's going to be a huge charge. Taking out Beagle. Headhunter is down as well. The Nano Boost committed to Rattler. Noli throws one out as well into Absent. See if she can hold on to point as long as she can. She does have the Self-Destruct Get Out of Jail Free card. Got to be able to use it right here. Question is, she's got to stay alive long enough. Able to get 2! But Dorsey picks out Absent in the end. That's going to do it.
I mean, it's just kind of the unfortunate way that the map had went, right? Realizing that they had the time to spare and just realized, look, we're not going to get through this. They are countering Rattler as hard as they can. Let's just change it back. we have the resources. We don't have to go far. On Death, let's just change it back. And Rattler, again, just picking up that Reinhardt, absolutely going fiercely into the back line just without an abandon. Just really put the nail into it. I mean, this comp plays, and this team has played so aggressively. We were watching out for some of these units. Too bad we weren't watching for Rattler, just because Rattler has been putting on quite a show here on these first 2 maps.
Yeah, Rattler certainly has, and I think they're feeling so confident as well because of their backline, right? Aiden Hulk and Shattered Axe are just doing such a phenomenal job of keeping everybody alive, right? The supports, I think, so many times are the unsung heroes in Overwatch, and yeah, you know, like Rattler would not be able to do what they are doing if it weren't for Aiden Hulk and Shattered Axe.
Oh, 1,000%. I mean, the trait of a good support players, you don't even know they're really doing anything because they're doing everything right. If you don't see them dying, if you don't see them in the kill feed, and you see all the right things happening, that's how you know your team is working effectively. So MSO Red, just a well-oiled machine here going into map 3.
Well, we are going to take a short break before we get to that map number 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everybody. We have map number 3 on our way. If you are just joining us, it's Milwaukee School of Engineering taking on Colorado Mesa University. Currently scoreline 2-0 with Milwaukee School of Engineering in the lead as we head to Rialto, Soav.
Yeah, and this isn't a...
Oh no, that is so unfortunate. Yeah, he DC'd again. This has been the worst luck tonight for Soav. I feel for the guy. Yeah, Rialto, this is going to be a map where the poke composition can work as well, right? And we saw kind of the diva flavor of it coming out from Colorado Mesa University last map. So as we move into this one, I think we could see something more in line with a Sigma. Right, but we don't know. We'll have an idea here in a few minutes when we load in. But one thing I think we can say is that Milwaukee School of Engineering, so far they've looked good on every single style of composition they've run, right? And even being able to just swap out one hero in one specific role. And in particular, I'm thinking about Rattler going from the Ball to the Reinhardt at the very end of Blizzard World, right? It just gave them the point almost instantaneously. So being able to kind of pivot that quickly on your composition, and even with only one hero, right, giving up very little ult charge as well, I think speaks volumes to how good Milwaukee School of Engineering really is. And that's not to be a dig on Colorado Mesa University by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen some great stuff coming out from them. I like the compositions that we're seeing come out from them as well to kind of go up against Milwaukee School of Engineering. It's just unfortunate the execution hasn't quite been there yet. So, as we move into Rialto, expecting, actually, Milwaukee starting out with this ball composition on defense, which, I'm a ball main, you know I'm here for it. I love it. Love to see it. Welcome back. Welcome back, Soav.
Perfectly timed. Looking at MSO's comp, again, like, this is just, to me, let's just put Rattler in control here. And I was going to say, this is an important map going into this, especially for MSO Red. Getting this 3-0 would make them 4-2 and would just raise them so far in the bigger picture rankings. So getting this clean sweep looks so important for them. CMU Maroon on the other side is just going to try to play a lot of just firepower, and I don't hate it for them. They're going to run the brawl with a lot of damage out of this. I like Headhunter on the Bastion just to punish Rattler on whatever tank it is. That Bastion is so much pressure on tanks that I think it's almost a mandatory in a lot of ways for CMU in these final moments.
Going in for a couple of quick environmental kills. Rattler and Aiden Holt combined for 1 each. Rattler will get slept in the back line, but not much of a problem considering almost half the team isn't there. Goes for the wall jump off the cart. Doesn't quite make it, though.
Nah, unfortunate. I do think that CMU Maroon, like, you kind of need to give up and just make some drastic changes here. This is match point. You are getting a little bit of pressure, but I do think that like, bring in the Zen or something. That's a huge opener, but I feel like just bring in some pick besides the Bastion that you think is going to work, and they are going to opt into the Sombra to try to keep Rattler in check. I do think that's a good call. I mean, Beagle is first to an ultimate. If they can continue to build it and put it out there, that's a lot of damage for Absent.
Yeah, that could really help to build that Shatter, and they're actually going up against a composition which can be punished by the Shatter, right? Rattler on the Wrecking Ball, really the most hyper-mobile character, and we do see Absent, who has this Nano Boost now, just hunts down Endorsey furiously. Ooh, that was a nice little bit of maneuvering there from Rattler. You can see if they can finish off Noli, but the card's getting very close to completion here. Somebody's going to have to touch, and Rattler's too busy at the moment, it seems.
Interesting. I mean, great distraction play from MSO Red, so, I mean, that's, you know, something that works for them. They'll get Minefield out here, and it'll stall.
This is kind of how we expect both of these compositions to function, right? CMU Maroon is going to be able to just kind of sit on the point and push the issue, while MSOE Red just kind of has to back up and look for picks along the way.
Yeah, and that's what CMU needs to really do, is they need to force them into their game. They're trying to get control of the positioning, but it's going to be very, very hard with all these ultimates, including this Kitsune Rush.
Oh, but they do get a big pick onto Shattered X right as soon as the Kitsune Rush goes down. Here's a Deadeye. Unable to get anything. Badger is popping off. That was one of the players we were definitely on the lookout here for from CMU Maroon. And Dorsey now with an overclock of their own isn't able to find anybody. Rattler still able to keep point contested. Aiden Hulk going down as well very quickly. They've got the sound barrier ready to go, or just about. Big shatter from Absent. She's going to lay everyone down and give Colorado Mesa point number 1.
That was big. They managed to weather the storm from EMSO Red and win it out. I do like these pieces in this adaptation. I think EMSO will respond with some changes in tow. They will bring in the Ash, and I'm wondering if the Kiriko is going to stay. It is a lot of extra healing that's there, but I don't know. But for CMU Maroon, they are looking good here. Both support ultimates up, plus EMP means that this EMP is protected and the damage should be there. They should keep this cart rolling as long as they get past the sound barrier. There's just so much more aggressive resources to use on their favor.
Rattler goes in for a boop, gonna pay for it with their life. Nothing to be done about that, and CMU Maroon, they have solved the equation. They put the pieces together.
Yep. I mean, that was what you needed, right? You're realizing that Rattler's just really putting in the work and carrying, so Rattler deciding to take the honorable Rhine duel, as it were, will be back, and there will be a contest in the last second, but there's still all those ultimates up in their favor. Oh, that's 5.
That was massive. Absolutely massive, but they haven't gotten a pick just yet. They've got a MSOE has done a great job of sustaining, but they won't touch the point.
Okay. Hey, that's fine. If you can win, if you win point without having to really win the fight, that's plenty to celebrate on its own. It did cost them all 3, but you're fine with that. This is the best that CMU Maroon has looked so far. And like you said, a lot of it was just keeping Rattler in check. Now that he's over on the Reinhardt, though, a little bit harder. He's still going to play aggressively, and those hacks aren't going to be as much value. So now I'm looking at these DPS to continue to punish and capitalize on the tanks here. Corgi and Badger with both of their ultimates up. I mean, down the line, there's Kitsune Rush plus Bob for EMSO Red, so this hold looks to be going in their favor.
Especially with Badger going down again, right? They've essentially won a fight without having to do hardly anything. That's going to be a nice dynamite, too. Gotten a lot of damage to CME Maroon, but they shake it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a reset anyways. I mean, Badger's last... The other thing to all this, now that EMSO Red has 3 up, I mean, Badger's last railguns were very, very strong. If anybody's going to take the protagonist moment, it has to be Badger right here for CMU Maroon to come out on top.
And that was a big part of their success on first point, right? That overclock that they had right there at the end was absolutely massive.
Huge.
Yeah, so they've been picked out a couple of times here by MSOE Red. So the question is, can they keep themselves alive as they move in? Here comes that overclock again, which did a lot of work. It's going to be countered by a Bob, but I think that Bob just ran off the point. Yeah, Bob definitely just ran off the point. The Deadeye going to zone people away, though, for just a second. Coming back in now with a force. Nanabu's committed to Headhunter, which is a terrifying thing, especially with the Shatter laying everyone down. Dorsey's there to take out Absent. Going to be no Reinhardt to be found anywhere, so coming down to the support and DPS duos. Right now it's 1 down a piece as well, but these spawns are going to favor MSOE Red.
I mean, the other part of that equation, look, we wanted Badger to show up and put in the work, and he did it. He showed up, and he did it without, it wasn't in the with the rails, but it was in the neutral. So, I mean, Shatter Snake does have Kitsune. I'm watching Noli here because he has the answer.
Kitsune rushes all that MSOE has to hang their hopes on. Rattler goes down very, very low, going to eventually be healed back up. Sound barrier coming in now from Noli. CMU Maroon going to push as hard as they can, try and get as much value out of this as they possibly can. EMP online as well. Remains to be seen whether or not they're going to use it, and with Noli down, they might elect to hold it here. But if they can get a pick onto Rattler, nope, Absent falls instead. That's going to be a reset.
Yeah, with approximately 1 to 2 fights left by the time they get to the cart range, this still is a bit of an uphill climb for CMU. They'll have 3 ultimates up. There is a sound barrier on the other side, plus Bob, plus Shatter. Like, the wealth of ultimates from MSO Red just give me the sensation that this hold should look good. They just have an answer for the ultimates coming out. They have the firepower to fight back. The longer fight favors them here. They should just be able to hold this.
Rattler throws out. The Shatter immediately going to catch a couple players. Badger pops up, though, with the overclock. Headhunter is down. No EMP incoming. Aiden Hulk forced to use the sound barrier early on as well, but everybody being hunted down. Minute left to go here.
A Badger catching a couple with the railgun on the way out. unfortunately just kind of lost value, never really got there, and Rattler continues to find picks and push the spot back. And I think that's the other thing that EMSO Red has been doing very well, is just acknowledging when they can play aggressively and when they can control the space they have. That early shatter did so much work, but now there's a shatter on the side of Absent, so just have to win the mind game and work that through. Between Headhunter and Absent, they should just be able to set up some sort of success here. They just got to survive this Kitsune rush again.
Rattler backing up, making some space. Giving some space, rather. Here comes that Kitsune rush. Sharks come in from Absent.
Huge.
Throw down the shatter. That's going to be a couple of big picks for CMU Maroon. Absent finds 2, but MSOE. Headhunter is down. 5 seconds left to go here. If Maroon can capture, this is going to be an OT capture. Rattler comes in with a charge. Going to be knocked down on the ground by Absent. She gets a nano boost as well. That's going to give so much more power here. Everybody from MSOE backing up, but somebody has to touch the point. Rattler going to get taken down by Absent, who is just swinging for the fences. The sound barrier as well is going to keep them up, keep them alive. Nobody can touch, and CMU Maroon, they got new life in them here, so Ev.
Yeah, 11th hour, they've really understood, look, we can't get bullied by Rattler anymore. That's just what's been hurting us. We need to play to this aggression and punish it. And they did it. That's what got them a lot of the way through this. And again, like Rattler putting in a lot of work across these multiple tanks, but eventually just got found out. You know, the Sombra was there. The focus fire from the team was there. That Reinhardt pin shows the story of just the team that finally called out, look, we have our focus fire, let's make it work, and let's show that we can focus out a target. And that's what gets them a lot of mileage out of this, is playing as the team versus just enabling this kind of carry position from Rattler. So CMU Maroon, yeah, I love this teamwork. I love this team play, this just assembling of their ultimates, realizing what their win conditions are, and just saying, look, let's punish Rattler, and then once we do that, or once we find an opening, we can capitalize on it. Now they just need to keep this hold live. They have the ability to do so. We've seen them push this all the way here, and this is the best they've looked so far. They just kind of have to now outplay the brawl from the other side of EMSO Red, who has looked good, but again, you know, with Rattler being kind of the linchpin to this brawl comp working, the other thing I might consider is you got to get also on Aiden and Shattersnake, because that's really the pieces keeping Rattler up and thriving. So getting to those pieces might be another key to keeping this stopped.
Well, I can immediately get hacked here by Headhunter. I think it's interesting too that they're staying on, right, this Sombra. But it's definitely finding a lot of value, and I think the reason it's finding a lot of value is Rattler plays so aggressive, right? They're just kind of playing into this hack, and when they go a little too far forward, there's nothing really that their supports can do, despite how great they've been. So in a way, that's one way they can kind of neutralize the effectiveness of these supports like you were talking about. Absent goes down from a big charge. We're able to finish that off, and then Dorsey poking away at a couple supports, a couple of DPS here. Headhunter having a little bit of a problem, and Dorsey with a nice finish to that.
Okay, I saw Rattler just kind of sideswipe the Sombra there and wasn't expecting it. There will be I don't think they'll get there, and no, they'll make the recontest in time. They forced the nano out and just decided to disengage from that. Okay,
well, there were a couple of picks as well that came in, right, from Nolan.
I think that was the right call, I think.
Yeah.
But I do think with a meter left, you probably could have ridden it out. That might have been a little too cautious for EMSO Red there.
Well, Rattler is going to throw caution to the wind. You can certainly count on him for that. And Dorsey now with attack visor, though. He's going to be clearing the way, dealing a lot of damage into that shield, and with the Deadeye coming as well. Absent, she is down. One player left on point, but they're not going to last long as EMSO Red caps the point.
That one was won by the ultimates of EMSO Red. Like, they just had more. There was no world that MCU Maroon just was going to catch up and get the value. So the good thing for them in this coming fight is they should be able to punish and capitalize, just considering that they have 4 up now. It just becomes not overcommitting into this for success.
Hack's gonna force Dorsey out. Yeah, geez, Beagle's actually gonna get the
they'll have everything.
too, right?
They'll
They're
have
gonna
everything.
have everything. Yeah. It's another big hack on to Dorsey. That's forcing MSOE Red to play pretty conservative, and now when they're all grouped up, the EMP comes in. Shatter does land. Sound barrier is there for both sides. Big charge by Apps, but Aiden Hulk takes her off the map. It's going to be a 3v3 now on point. Rattler looking to clear this high ground now. Remove some of these threats, get the card moving as the rest of the team is taken care of.
It did. They managed to survive the onslaught of all the ultimates, and it helped that a lot kind of got canceled and committed right away. There was just never the chance to follow up on anything. So they should be able to push this corner, and now that they've... Oh, Rattler's going for the pin there. I mean... He's kind of on it. He's kind of out in no man's land though, so they'll get point here with the tank not available to really contest. And again, Rattler just continues to kind of direct the show here. Those comms just looked really, really good. Just great awareness on this Rhine too, to kind of know that look, we can just get this pin and the fight's over. They'll get the bonus out of that. Just really, really strong.
I mean, we're still feeling the repercussions, too, of CMU Maroon spending 4 ultimates and not winning the fight, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it did cost MSOE Red quite a bit as well, but they won the fight, so
yeah,
a lot more value in that case. It's going to be 2 DPS ultimates here for MSOE Red. Corgi taking an off angle, something opposite of Endorsey. That's going to be a nice sticky. Yeah, Noli goes down low, but Corgi's still hurting a little bit, so forced to kind of back off towards main. And again, in that regular line of sight here. Rattler looking for an opportunity, but backing off, giving some respect to Badger. With the overclock. Anti-nade lands, and Endorsey going to go ahead and use the tack visor as well. Here comes the Deadeye 2. That finds one. Badger going to go down right after that. Very few people left here. Cart going to be pushed in, and that is a monumental time bank.
Yeah, it's 4 minutes on the clock. That is a great accomplishment for them, especially given that they really only lost 1 or 2 fights for MSO Red across that map. The difference maker, I think, there was just the positioning they took. Corgi was just safe there. Between all these members just hitting various side flanks and angles to really keep this going, there was a lot in their success. And to the credit, like you can kind of see it between Endorsey and Corgi here, they were just trying to find those off angles to really punish on, and that paired with Rattler's aggression just freed them up for so much crossfire and success. So really playing the map for MSO Red and finding that to their success, saying, look, Rattler's just going to go out and do his thing. Let's capitalize on the chaos he's making, and that's what this team is thriving on right now. So CMU Maroon, they got it once, right? If they are going to do it again, they have to do it now. It's match point, a minute on the clock, and I don't know that you take this Rhine fight, honestly. I'm not sure that I'm sold on it. If you're absent, you've had some shining moments on this Reinhardt, but I think just given how these comps have played out, you need to play this way more passively than you might want to play a Deathball comp. Headhunter going to pick up the Symmetra also, it looks like, maybe for a cheeky teleport, but I wanted to see something come out here that was going to be different and really apply some pressure, make an extreme change, and that is one thing that can work, given how those turrets can apply pressure onto Rattler and this Deathball.
Especially considering Aiden Hulk is going to be on the Zenyatta as well, right? Those Aiden Hulk's not going to be able to get away from those turrets, right? With the Zenyatta. So if you throw a TP bomb in the back line, it's going to do a lot of work, but a lot of work being done at the moment by Shattered Axes. I got a grenade, takes everyone down, forces them back a moment, and now Absent, she doesn't have really much of her shield left. Gonna have to recharge it, and even then, doesn't last long. Big biotic grenade, though. This time coming out from Beagle. And forces MSOE Red to back up. But no picks coming in yet for Maroon. They need to transition this into some success here. Absent going down very low again, though. Yeah. Rattler smells blood in the water. That's the only excuse Rattler needs to push in. They take it, and they take Absent with them.
Teleporting out? Okay, I mean, eventually Rattler will get punished, but now it's overtime. They can't step back, and the nano onto the sim is... I mean, that's a high-powered choice, but they can't afford to give this up, and now Juggle, they'll have one. Headhunter will find 2, and that's huge. They can still keep this rolling.
That's going to be a nano boost, though, committed onto Rattler. 45 HP, got a lot done, but the sound barrier is there. Team Maroon will keep this card moving.
I mean, that's just big. They can't step off now, but they don't really have the resources. They'll probably get point A as long as somebody maybe buys some space. I mean, and Dorsey has Visor to shut this down. Visor Trance is going to shut this down eventually. There's nothing to stop that from coming in, so now it's just on EMSO Red to come in and really just set their foot down here.
It's definitely going to be a very tough fight for them. Got a grenade hits once again, and Dorsey with the tac visor. I'm anticipating they're just going to kind of hold this position, wait for an opportunity to make things work. Put a lot of pressure on Absint's shield. Teleporter not going to end up transferring anyone to that high ground. MSOE Red still just backing up, waiting kind of for their opportunity. They want to wait for this corner. They've got them exactly where they want them. Oh, that is
great
a
sleep.
huge
That's
sleep.
huge.
Absolutely massive. Hunter is going to go down, though. Here comes the Deadeye. It finds 2! And that is enough to clear the cart.
That's huge. I mean, that was a great read to find in Dorsey on that high ground, and that was kind of the one thing I was gonna shout was trying to get to that high ground and trying to play that angle was so important. Catching in Dorsey there was so big just to kind of shut this down. That was a win con there, but I mean, I think they got a little greedy here. Absent did look like they smelt the blood, they felt the aggression, but just letting their shield down when the high noon went up was just the unfortunate. Just kind of caught them off guard, and really, it's hard because when you sense you have the advantage and you shut down that, you want to go aggressive and you want to take that advantage. You're feeling that rush of victory. You can't afford to make a mistake though, and that's what happens when you do. Unfortunately, is you get punished. Your run ends there, and now they have to defend on 4 minutes. And I think they have found something they liked in Headhunter. I like this. I like this read, and I think that given how annoying Headhunter was been, I think there's something to it. I think the question mark is going to be how much advantage do they get out of it, given the teleporters, given those kinds of turrets in the backlines, especially given that EMSO is playing a fragile backline in a lot of ways. Like Zen Ana is very, very exploitable if you can get onto them or catch them on an off guard. So CMU Maroon has the pieces to really get back there and create some struggle and possibly hold this if they play smart.
They're going to have to do exactly that because this is match point here for Milwaukee School of Engineering. So the goal line has been set. They know how far it will take them in order to pick up a win here and improve the record 4-2. Team Maroon, though, wants to pick up something of their own. And Dorsey, though, finds a big pick to start things off. Badger is down. Beagle follows shortly thereafter. A lot of damage coming out from Headhunter, but it's all going to be for naught. Picks come in, and they will get another contest, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, Dorsey just got high ground for free and just was able to rain down and contest it. I really need to see Headhunter contest that. Just keep an eye on these spaces, on these high grounds. Like, that is the thing that Sim has, is mobility. It really needs to come out here and find that value.
Oh, Absent once again needs a nade. Now the Discord Orb on top of her as well. She's doing everything she can to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough. 3:33 on the clock. First point is capped. One more fight separates Milwaukee School of Engineering from a win here, and CMU Maroon is actually going to have a real hard time getting back here.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough final match. They might play this a little bit scuffed, and to the credit, Beagle has hit all those important sleeps when they needed to come through, so there's something to be had. But this Shatter is probably going to catch somebody here from Rattler, just on how this history has shown.
Oh, the anti-nade's going to be huge. Yeah, everybody falling down. That is going to do it. Milwaukee School of Engineering takes another win, improves their record to 4-2 on the series with a 3-0 tonight over Colorado Mesa University Maroon.
It was the signs of life that we saw from CMU Maroon are not to be discounted. They did have they really did look good, all things considered, and there are some great pieces here. Great boops out of Noli too. Wow.
Yeah. Noli was amazing.
Yeah. Like, I think that that play right there really does show a lot, though, right?
Yeah.
Noli over on that support line. The support line was kind of one we mentioned in the past of, like, it is hard to tell when a support line is looking very good, But Noli and Beagle really put in a lot of work on that support line between the multiple heroes that they put in. Beagle in particular is one I was going to shout out as just hitting so many valuable sleeps across the board, shutting down so many ultimates, shutting down those nanos. So huge. The pieces for CMU Maroon are really there. This just looks like a build season, and there's nothing wrong with that at this point.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I feel like everybody from CMU Maroon had some standout moments, and we talked about Absent, we talked about Badger. Honestly, I think a lot of the swaps that we saw come out from Headhunter were very impactful as well, so really got to commend them. And there was one moment that I just have to highlight from Noli that I found hilarious. It was on this map. Noli, right next to spawn, goes for an environmental kill onto Endorsi, who was trying to kill themselves. Ended up saving them by putting them on a boat. So Endorsi had to drop back down. I don't know if anyone else caught it, but if you go back and watch this later, it's this.
Yeah,
it's that moment right there.
That.
Yeah.
It's that. It's the guess I'll just respawn. Can't do much about that. That
was a wonderful moment.
Yeah. But that, like I said, like those pieces, that support line is a phenomenal support line. So shout out to them because they looked very strong. And the rest of the team around them looked very good. Like you said, like this is a very good team out of CMU Maroon. It's a smart team, and it's a team that has shown the mechanics are there. It just may be a little bit more rebuilding, kind of hitting the books, because the pieces that came together when they shined, they were great. But the unfortunate problem is just that EMSO Red just looked better. They looked a little bit more refined, and they took and played in the third dimension a lot differently. They played the angles, they played the high grounds, the flanks. They played those a little bit more and just really capitalized on CMU's Maroon headstrong mentality.
They certainly did, and it shows why they're a 4-2 team as well, right? I mean, everything was really firing on all cylinders tonight for Milwaukee School of Engineering Red. So excited to see what they're gonna do with the rest of the season, and as we head into playoffs too. And we shouted out a lot of players from CMU Maroon. Gotta shout out some as well from MSOE Red, and it all starts with Rattler. Honestly, Rattler and the support line, right? Because anytime you're playing with like a hyper aggro tank like that, like so much praise has to be heaped on the support line for keeping them alive and allowing them to get away with the shenanigans they do.
Oh yeah, that is the sign of a true team, is being able to know that, look, we're gonna let our tank run aggro and just let them do their thing. We trust them. That sign of trust goes a long distance, and that gets you wins, and that gets you 3-0s, and that sort of acknowledgement that, look, we understand our playstyle is what builds a winning team. So I mean, between them, Corgi looked great. I mean,
some big molten cores, actually. Yeah, like Corgi really impressed me a lot on the Torbjorn.
Yeah, considering that's not a pick we see a lot of in various brackets, that flexibility in those heroes is still huge. So, yeah, a lot of star potential across EMSO Red as well on multiple heroes.
Well, that's going to do it here for us tonight on the B stream. Last game of the evening for us. Once again, if you enjoyed our casting, be sure to follow myself and Soav Danom. Our Twitter information right down there below each of our faces. Big shout out to everybody in production as well. It's going to be Hippie and Lottie. Thank you so much for doing what you do behind the scenes. And before we close things out, any final words from you, Soav?
It's been a wonderful split so far, and with playoffs around the corner, I can't wait to see where these guys go. Apologies for the weird internet blips, but I'm just glad I could be here for the thrilling conclusion, and as always with y'all.
All right, well, GG's, and see you all next time.